Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope you guys had some decent sleep. For those of y'all who were up with me till about midnight last night, I hope you guys all had some good sleep. A few hours here. They're going to get started here. Looks like they're going to be getting started here fairly shortly. But we are back at it again. Day 23 of this trial, the penultimate day. We got 1 day left of this trial, and tomorrow is supposedly going to be closing arguments and hopefully a verdict. I'm hoping that the verdict comes around quickly tomorrow. We shall see. But today we got, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's coming in. I tried to see if there was any more updates, any more lists of people, that we can kind of see who's coming down the pipe. But right now, everything's kind of, they're going to be, today might end early. I don't know. If it does, I'm so excited about that. I don't think you understand. But I'm here for it. We are all here for it, right? We are all here for the craziness that's about to ensue. Today, I'm telling you right now, today is going to be a very active one, I think. Very active one in the courtroom. And hopefully today will be one that's entertaining nonetheless, okay? And very revealing. Remember, Amber Heard's team has about an hour and 9 minutes or something like that. A little over an hour left where they can bring in any last-minute Hail Marys they want. So we have to keep that in mind. And then, of course, Johnny Depp's team has several hours left under their belt. So who they bring in, God knows. Maybe somebody out there already knows who's kind of coming up and who's about to be brought in today. But for me, I have not seen anything as of yet. Shoot, I still haven't even made my cup of coffee yet. I came in here real quick just to get things started with you guys. Make sure that you guys had the stream going. And then as soon as this thing starts popping off, I will most likely have to jump off or run off while the stream's still going, of course, and grab myself a cup of damn coffee because I need it really, really bad today. All right, guys. So anyway, if you appreciate me doing this and having that late night show last night and all that, please hit that like button down below. It'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. I don't know what's going on here yet. It looks like they're still kind of waiting for things. Maybe the jury's coming in now, which is a good possibility as well. It's probably the jury coming in. Looks like they're anticipating the jury walking in right now. But anyway, please hit that like button down below. Send it past 100, 200 likes. I see a bunch of y'all starting to file in. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all y'all from all the corners of the world. I appreciate every single last one of y'all being a part of this. This is the second to last day. Actually, this should be the last day, the very last day of testimony. And I half guarantee you, it's a soft guarantee that it's going to be fire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
So I'm looking forward to it. Okay. Also, hit that subscribe button.
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert.
Dr. Gilbert.
Dr. Gilbert, I don't know who that is, but we're going to find out here really quickly. Hit that subscribe button. Do not forget. And let's get going. Happy viewing, everybody. And welcome to the show.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
Good morning, Sandy. Good morning,
And I think
everybody.
you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
In terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed in New York?
I have been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American Association of Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
So Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. And he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
So allegedly, I'm going to answer that in a little while, so I won't
Are you
forget
aware
that.
of other explanations for that injury?
When they go into
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believe that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the medical records
I
and
promise.
other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's
Thank you
finger
for the
injury,
5, but I promise
how
I'll
would you
answer that
describe
question
the nature of the injury to Mr.
when
Depp's
they
finger?
take a little bit of a break. I'll
Well,
answer
the
that
nature of the
question.
injury was
So stay tuned, allegedly.
he had what we describe
Thank
as
you.
a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning there was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple
Dog
pieces.
mom, wow.
So this is some type of blunt force with a high
$50
mechanism of
super chat.
injury. He
Thank
also
you.
sustained loss of the tissue
Wow.
along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this
Wow.
appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to
Love
be
and
some type of
appreciation
sharp
to your wife who
laceration
shares
because
you
it
and
represented a clean
to you.
edges of the wound.
Goes the extra miles for your online family. Big ups, Sarah, dog mom. Sarah,
Can we take a look
thank
at
you so much.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 60?
Thank you for the $50 super chat, biggest super chat of the day
And pull up
already.
to go to
That
page
really
3.
means a lot. Thank you so very, very, very much.
And Dr. Gilbert,
$50.
are you
Wow.
familiar with this
Thank you.
document?
Yes.
And what is it?
Thank you, Sarah.
So these
again.
are two radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection? All right, we'll identify it as 60, page 3, and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you
Oh,
off
that's
there. Can you just tell a jury what we're looking at here in
So
this
we're looking
X-ray?
at two x-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury. And towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury.
Ray
A
Figueroa.
simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is
Thank
seen
you
in
so
these x-rays.
Thank you so much for the $2 cash app.
And
I do
we're using the
appreciate
term
that. Thank
comminuted
you.
fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Hurd?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because one, in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something,
What?
it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured.
Are you
In
kidding me?
addition, just
Oh
taking
my
into account
God.
the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
Wow.
What other injuries, if
Amber
any, would you
Heard?
expect to see on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Hurd described?
Wow.
So if you would have,
Amber
if
Heard's
that
going to be
were
taking the
cause
stand
of
again, guys.
The injury, you would certainly That would be a dorsally
But that makes
directed, so
sense.
this is the dorsal in the back of the hand, as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail.
Thank you,
and those are
Sandwich.
always
I do
seen in
appreciate
those
that.
type of injuries.
Thank you
If
so much.
there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare. So you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
In your view, is the injury, can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Morning, Mrs. Maka.
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm,
Fire Sharice, what's up,
unyielding,
girl?
and the bottle
Good morning.
hit against
Happy
the
Thursday.
finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as
Exactly,
a comminuted
Shara.
fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led
you,
to
bad
the
girl.
soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
The link
Now,
is
did you observe
in the top of the chat
testimony of Dr.
for the
Richard
merch.
Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Right. Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Dude got
Certain
paid.
parts of his testimony I did, yes,
Okay.
but not all of it.
Thank you,
Focusing
Rick.
on the parts that
I
you, well,
appreciate
first of
that,
all, why don't you
Rick.
tell us
Thank
what
you.
you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Coffee.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and
Follow me
there
on
was a palmar
Twitter.
component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it
Red
was a
hot
palmar
riblets.
directive force, meaning from the palm side, or dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
If you're from St. Louis, you understand these are some of the best chips.
Anything
in-
else come to mind that you disagree
Best
with?
chips in the country. Check out Red Hot
Well, he
Riblets
also
from St. Louis.
described that this was definite. Well, he thought that this was a pinching or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges. It was not jagged.
I
And
feel
generally,
you.
when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury,
I
you see
feel
a
you,
very
Heather.
irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever.
That's right, Doc.
And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss. And just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell us very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed.
Hey,
So
humble.
that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Yeah, that's on Law Crimes
Now,
side.
you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Hey, Bliss.
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified
allegedly. I
that
promise
he
you,
thought a vodka bottle might
we'll
not
talk
have
about that.
sufficient force
'Cause it's a
to
good
cause
question.
the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand,
Wow.
what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms.
Sandwich.
Heard resulted in this injury.
That means a
because
lot.
You really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Wow. Thank you. A legend? Wow.
Do you have any opinion regarding
Thank
the
you.
direction of the injury?
Wow.
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the
Thank you,
finger
Sandwich.
as well as the palm side.
That warmed
primarily
my
along the
heart,
palm
real talk.
side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Yeah, that was me, Sandwich.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of
I got stories about
fragments
that
of broken
interview.
glass in
Unbelievable.
Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not
Facts.
probably at least 500 or more glass injuries.
Facts,
and
fatal.
I would say probably the majority, you don't see glass in these injuries.
Heather Bishop, thank you for the 20.
It is
Wow.
much more common to see
Thank you so much.
glass embedded in the wounds when
Thank you.
you're talking about very fine glass. So if,
Appreciate
say,
it.
a wine glass would explode or something of that nature where you get little tiny shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces and you generally don't see the glass, but you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
Yeah, it's got to be unanimous,
I
by
have
the way.
no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Are they going to cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
Just like your guy.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an
That's
expert
fair.
opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Lies.
So when we were just
There's
talking
audio.
about Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
You're aware that Miss Heard testified, and this is from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off.
That's
You're
a
aware of
lie.
that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Miss Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There's a very good reason why they're doing this in Virginia, and I'll explain that in a little bit. If they approach the bench or take another break or take a break, I'll explain it shortly.
Dr. Gilbert,
Allegedly,
you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to
Correct.
tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please. You see there are four pages per page of paper. It's on page 16 of the document.
Okay.
Okay, and line 9, you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, so that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured,
Correct.
correct? But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
Mhm.
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my
Correct.
question. Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from,
Correct.
right? But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't, there's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
Sorry,
Page 25 and 26. So it's page 7 of the document.
Okay,
Sound
Sorry
like
if I
he
was
said
unclear on that.
75.
no problem. I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question. And to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmar side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here. But question, and why do you believe that? Have you read anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, His hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified.
In
That's not
fact,
what,
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Queen Minnie Peace Palace, thank you so
Dr.
much
Gilbert,
for becoming
just
a
very
member.
briefly,
Thank you
the
so much.
absence of other cuts
Yes.
on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury
Damn
with
right.
any type of injury. And I would say
Damn
any
right,
other
sandwich.
host of mechanisms of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example. If you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Hurd's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
And your discussion of Ms. Hurd's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Hurd's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank
Oh,
you.
boy, there's so many possibilities. Like,
You can
yes,
just leave it there, that's fine.
I
Thank
can
you, sir.
see. I can see what he was the doctor
All right.
saying. There
Your
are
next
possibilities,
witness.
other ways of this happening, but this was it was kind of a freak accident. You know what I'm saying?
Plaintiff rest, Your Honor.
All right, plaintiff rests the rebuttal case. All right,
Wow.
defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case. Sure.
Okay. They're asking, can they approach? Okay. So I got some answers for you. Rebuttal. Allegedly asked in their super chat, I wanted to get this clear really quick, why the trial is in Virginia, not LA, and why are they having a certain amount of time? Now, here's the thing. One of the reasons why they are having the trial in Virginia is because one simple thing is because of computer servers. So obviously, we already know about the op-ed that Amber Heard has written in the Washington Post in 2018. The article was named Amber Heard, I spoke up against SV and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. It was the op-ed was still published on the Washington Post website, and Heard refers to herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Now, the article doesn't name Depp, which we already know, okay? But the reason why Depp is allowed to sue in Virginia is because the Post's online editions are published through servers located in Fairfax County, Virginia. So the Associated Press reports that Heard's lawyers attempted to move the trial to California, but Depp's lawyers said one of the reasons they brought the case to Virginia is the Commonwealth's anti-SLAPP law is not as broad as the one in the Golden State. So there's a little bit more wiggle room in Virginia than there is in California. Okay, we already know that he tried to sue over published content. We already know about The Sun. That's why they went out to Great Britain to fight the wife beater claims. All right, because of The Sun, right? And The Sun, if I'm correct, They publish their stuff out in Great Britain. So that's the reason why that libel case was in the UK and this libel case is in Virginia. Now, when it comes to the time, like the time slots and all that, okay, and yeah, I mean, you know, the Sun is kind of a tabloid-esque, okay? But when it comes to the time, the reason why they're doing time, let me tell you this. The reason why they have time is so that each side is allotted the same amount of fair time to say what they need to say. You got to remember, there's a lawsuit and then there's a counter lawsuit. So you got two people that are trying to put out their arguments, put out their cases in front of one jury. This isn't just a person on trial for he's suspected of unaliving somebody or something like that, and he's just there to fight for his freedom. This is two people that are basically saying, no, he did worse than me, or, oh, well, I need $100 million because he was speaking ill on my name as well. He was keeping my name in his effing mouth. So that's why I deserve $100 million. Same thing with Johnny Depp's side as well. I need $50 million because she wrote this op-ed. It destroyed my career. She destroyed my finger. She's an evil person, so on and so on and so forth. So because of that, and because they don't want this to last forever, they go, hey, you get a certain amount of time. You get a certain amount of time. Have at it. So that's why we have this right now. That's why we have several hours left with Johnny Depp and only an hour left with Amber Heard.
All right, rebuttal
So there
evidence.
you go, guys.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy?
We call Mr. Julian Acker.
All right. Mr. Ackert?
But now, Ellen, you're welcome. But now you get it, right? Now that you see, you get it. You get why it's in Virginia, of all places, and not California. Now, I'm very, very interested to see what's going to happen here next, because Amber Heard's team, the plaintiff rests. Now it's Amber Heard's team. It's their turn to do some stuff.
Morning. Can you please
You're
state
very
your name?
welcome, allegedly.
Julian Acker.
And also, do me a
Can you
favor.
please describe your educational background?
Comment down
following high
below
school?
where
I
y'all
have
are
a
watching.
Bachelor of Science in
where y'all
Computer
watching the
Science from
show.
the University of Virginia.
What is your profession?
They only have an
I
hour,
am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
so they got to make
I
this
work for a
quick.
company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that company.
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner, extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
I have a GAC GCFE, that's the GAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Acker?
Ackert, A-C-K-E-R-T.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
Here we go.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
And
I'll be looking into it for
applicability
real.
does hashing have to the visual appearance of
The
data?
Chrisley case,
Hashing has
I will
nothing
be
to
looking
do with
into
the
it
visual
for show,
experience.
for show.
For
It is
example, if I had a Word document
fascinating.
that I printed and then saved, therefore
Definitely
I haven't
Derby.
visually changed
Derby
the Word
Diva.
document, the metadata of that
I'll be
Word
looking
document
into it.
indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
Can you give any examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
Jenny,
I
I
believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those
think
in
that's
his demonstratives
tomorrow.
yesterday. 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone, you choose to use a small, medium, or large, or different size of the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that The software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
Exactly, Nightfire.
What
Trying to
is
discredit
Photos
big time
3.0?
the guy before.
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
Yeah, see.
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album.
Cambodia.
And
Wow.
put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by
Louisville,
date,
Kentucky.
time taken, or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Chicago. So.
Metadata is information about a file.
Puerto
For example,
Rico.
with a document, it could be when was the document
Texas.
created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the
London.
author of the document. For photographs,
Quebec.
metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives
Antigua.
before,
Wow.
including when was the image taken, what kind of phone
Australia.
took the image, what software was originally used for that image.
Wow,
Any type
so
of
many people.
information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's
Connecticut.
testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
That's what's up, y'all.
How do you know it is
So
an
many.
original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account, or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple
Right.
wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices.
314 in the house.
The photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other
Barbados.
devices by design of Apple. And that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Hey,
Michelle,
Betche.
can you please pull up Defendant's
The
Exhibit
Philippines.
1671?
Wow. From the Philippines. Lena, thank you so much
Do
from
you recognize
Michigan.
this chart, Mr. Eckert?
Man, international,
I do.
y'all. This is amazing.
What is it?
It's truly amazing.
Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mercy.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart? Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up.
Have mercy.
Great.
Thank you. This chart represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Hurd's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Oh my God.
Yes, I
What the information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured, or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
Can you just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle?
I'm in St. Louis, Ellen.
Please continue for the items on this page.
I'm
The
in
top
St.
row of
Louis.
this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30 shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see Can you scroll back to the
This
top,
is
please,
such
Michelle?
trash.
Do you see
This is such trash. I'm sorry, y'all.
the right-hand column of this chart,
Yes, I do.
and where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please
Ignacio.
explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified for
Thank
Mr.
you so
Neumeister's
much.
demonstrative?
Thank you so much.
So these
sweetheart.
are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of the same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version in the metadata.
That's what
And
I'm
what
thinking.
do the
Pure
little
Montana. Bring
A's
him
followed
back.
by numbers, backup, what does that mean?
Those are evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that
Good morning,
start
Kelly.
with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675,
Thank you,
please?
Pure Montana. Thank
Defendant 1675. And do you recognize this chart, Mr.
you. And
Eckert?
that interesting K.
Yes, I do.
Two.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to publish defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1675.
He just
we
came out
published
of
this
the
demonstrative.
clear blue sky, and now
Can you please
he's
describe
here.
in more detail what the three columns you can see in this chart represent?
An expert.
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X
Biku.
of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of
From
Amber's collected.
Greece. Wow.
A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are three different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column
Yes, I do.
They're
and the
finished-
source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
Team Depp rests for now,
And,
but they'll be
Michelle,
back.
can you please do a side-by-side of
They ain't done yet.
1675 and 1671?
It's probably a very smart and tactical move on Team Depp's side. Let them get their words in, especially Amber Heard getting the final word in
Thank you.
to make her think she's
So,
getting the
Mr.
final
Acker, can you
word.
please describe
and then
the
they come in and
relationship
they wreck
between
shop.
these two demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on the
cool.
left, you can see in the fourth column
What's up, my brother?
the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr.
Love you
Neumeister
too,
had
KL.
specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30.
Benjamin Dixon in the
taken
house
on December
on Twitch.
16, 2015.
What's up,
And he was
fam?
concerned about the EXIF metadata of that.
Welcome to my
showing
Twitch
the
page.
Software
And thank
version
you,
of
Benjamin.
photos. The
I
original
appreciate you,
versions
brother.
of those were found again on A001. That's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices.
To Krevy.
when you take
Exactly.
them.
You telling me he went through all this
Mr.
ish that
Acker,
quickly?
You can take this down, Michelle.
Get out of
Do you
here.
recall
Well,
Mr.
actually,
Neumeister's
no,
testimony regarding what he
like, get
claims
out of
of
here.
EXIF metadata.
Get out of
modification?
here.
Yes, I
It's not
do.
working
This
for me.
is a completely
Jam two.
hypothetical scenario.
Tomb,
Mr.
what's
Neumeister
up?
never specified
Good morning
any
on
pictures
Twitch.
with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any
To all my
overall
lions out
conclusions from
there,
this case?
good morning.
Yes, I
Good
did.
morning.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case were included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found
Well, Jam
Mr.
2, thank
Neumeister's
you.
original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one.
In
file.
most instances, they
Sorry, I'm just.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have
I don't know this
testified
guy.
to
He might be a really
testified to
nice guy,
today
but he's
lead to a
getting paid.
reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination,
I
sir.
love you too, Jam 2. Tomb, I appreciate the
Thank you, Your
support.
Honor.
Really.
Good morning,
Thank
sir.
you.
Good morning.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before,
Give or take, yes.
for more than a dozen years?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals.
Thank you for
Correct.
following, Spawn Blaze. Thank you.
Now, I
Thank
can
you.
testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Neumeier didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today,
That's what's
can you
up, Grace.
testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you,
we
Andy.
just talked about it, right?
I really do
Yes.
appreciate it.
Right.
There's more information
And
that we
you'll
will be
agree
showing.
with me that the XF data of some of the
That is
photos produced by
jaw-dropping.
Ms. Heard reflect the use of a
Man,
photo editing application.
jaw dropping. That I
No.
will be talking about here
No?
soon.
I'll agree that they show
About
the use
Uvalde.
of the photos
Trust.
application,
Wait
which is
for
a
it.
sorting and editing.
So thank you,
application.
Annie Castillo.
Okay, so what you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay. Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that.
they were
There were
authentic.
multiple
Originals.
photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into
I'm sorry,
evidence
I'm a
in this
jerk.
court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712 and Defendant's
Exactly, Dick Krabby.
713 next to one another? Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask that we publish it to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
There's a little bit of like this stuff that's
Can you see
going on
this,
here.
sir?
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I'm going to let them do their thing. Stop
You'll agree with
interrupting.
me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right,
They need to
we can
fix
take
their
that
sound.
down.
He said visually they're two different photos. Okay. He can go sit down. Hot Like Fire 77, good morning on Twitch. Good morning, sweetheart. Thank you so much for filing in and watching the show here on
Mr. Gibson,
on my Twitch page.
can
I
you-
appreciate it.
Pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1308.
Hit that follow button on my Twitch, please. I'd appreciate it.
This
And
is not
follow
my
me on
designated
Twitter.
driver, and I propose to use it.
The
as a
Pascal Show, one
demonstrative.
word. Follow me on Twitter. Follow
Any
me on
objection?
Twitter.
Not as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Okay, I thought I was the only one, but I'm kind of
Any
tuning out a little
objection to
bit.
Entering it into evidence?
I would object it's cumulative, Your Honor.
You're telling me it's
Actually,
not the
no,
same photo?
No objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in
Saturation-wise,
evidence.
it's different,
Mr. Gibson,
but it's the same
can you
position
blow
as the
up
same damn
time,
photo.
Date and file
You
name.
gotta be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Hamburger. All right.
Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos
Look,
are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
visually
So they
different.
are two visually different
Semantics.
photos
Semantics now.
that were created at the exact same
It's the same
Hour?
freaking photo.
the exact same minute, the exact same
day
second
and
as
second.
each other,
You're
correct?
kidding me. You've got
That's
to
what the
be,
daytime metadata shows, yes.
man, you getting paid. Sit
And
down.
the
Go grab a
metadata
muffin on
shows
your way out.
Something else too. They
Come
have
on.
the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How
Get
do
outta
you
here.
have this jury decide which one is real?
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at.
Yeah,
for
because
this
you just got
particular
pulled
field.
out of here,
But I
in
think
here,
that's what
at the last
even
damn
Mr.
minute.
Neumeister said, that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have two photographs entered into evidence in this court
Look at this
that have the
photograph.
same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
No further questions.
All right, and just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
Visually,
Your Honor.
Redirect.
visually is
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata.
visually
What
is
is that?
different.
Embedded
give me a
metadata
break.
is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you are responding to?
Jimmy Kimmel, come on, man.
Can you repeat that
Come on,
question?
Howard
Yeah,
K.
based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir,
Thank
you can
you.
have a
Bye.
seat in the courtroom, or you're free to go.
Bye. How much time do they have left?
Did you want to approach just for a moment?
How much time do they have left? Come on, y'all. Wow. You know,
It looks the same.
like,
It's not. It's visually. It's not similar.
how is it not similar? It's the same damn photo. Where's the logic in that, y'all? Where's the damn logic? You can't tell me that you look at those two photos, they have the same file name, the same timestamp, the same date, everything down to the second. And you're saying that those are two completely different photos? But then the other guy that Team Depp brought in, and I've seen the videos. There's videos of you know, the merging of these photos, putting them on top of each other. It's the same damn photo. So why would you waste your time? Not fire. Yes. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate that. And of course, I got my Patreon. I just put up a link that you guys have got to see, and it's only on my Patreon page, and it revolves around the Uvalde shooting that just recently happened. It's something that you guys definitely want to see. You don't want to miss that footage. There's more footage around Uvalde, which I'm going to be talking about, hopefully, depending on how long it takes them to get into a lunch break. But when the lunch break happens, hopefully during the lunch break, I will be breaking some information, more shocking truths about the Uvalde shooting. So I just wanted to say that really quick so that you guys know what's going down.
All right,
Okay.
your next witness.
So check out
Your
my
Honor, we would like to
Patreon.
call Dr. Don Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes. Oh, no. She's just going to commit more perjury. She's trash. Why are you bringing Hughes back? She done her damage, yo.
Thank
Get
you,
outta
Doctor. Just
here,
a reminder, you're
man.
still under oath, okay,
Yes,
ma'am?
Your Honor. Thank you.
Mang. My merch link is above
And could
in
you
the
please
chat.
just remind the jury who you are?
No
again?
one wants to remember who she
Sure,
is.
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in
Oh
forensic
my
psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association.
Oh
And
my
I
God.
evaluated Amber Heard over
Yeah,
6
this
visits
chick, Sonia.
for approximately 29 hours
This chick.
And why are you here today?
Wow.
to offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why?
Thank
Please
you.
explain.
As I testified
Thank
to
you.
you all several weeks ago, I
And
used a
mucked it up?
standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis-driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are three sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically
It's okay,
relevant
Stephanie. We'll try to keep you up to date.
and those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case.
Get out of here.
The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well-validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews, and then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now,
More than
Dr.
just
Curry
rehab,
seemed
live
to
and learn.
suggest that,
Oh man,
that
more than
Amber
just
Heard,
rehab.
tested the
Have
most
mercy.
extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
That is
Objection compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Very good
Sure.
point,
So,
Gregory.
I mean, she said a lot of things, so let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes,
addressed?
Yes, thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward, to minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I really don't understand why they brought this this quote unquote this expert witness, this forensic psychologist back on the stand again. Maybe to help let her save face, but at the same time, I'm here for it. You want to know why? They're killing time. They only have probably less than an hour now, and that hour needs to be allotted to important people. You're telling me that they bring in a metadata expert, they bring in this Dr. Hughes again, and you're telling me that's their best choice? They should be using this time to bring maybe Amber back on, or maybe anybody else, maybe Whitney, to recant the story. But hey, if they want to do this, if they want to kill this time on Team Heard, then that's on them. More opportunity for Johnny Depp to go up there and Team Depp to go up there and annihilate things.
Let's move to the TSI-2. Dr. Curry testified about your findings on that. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No, again—
Please describe why. Explain why.
What Dr. Curry went back to,
Thank you,
which is
Scott.
this
Exactly.
98th percentile, which
Wasting
I told
time.
you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she is therefore not qualified to interpret it.
And you don't know how to fill out
that
forms
score,
fully.
The one that's elevated, which she's talking about, that percentile
Because you're
rank,
lazy.
has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of maybe there's about 20, a little
She's
more on the TSI that were
extremely
elevated.
defensive,
Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories
For
of the
sure.
trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well.
Make it
and had
quick.
Criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer a measure of malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAST is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. they sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
Right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay, and please explain.
Yes, so I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong, and I think
objection, Your Honor. That's the issue we just addressed.
I don't.
If you want to approach.
This to me is a big waste of time because it's just basically her trying to defend herself and trying to save face. It almost seems like she's trying to save face the entire damn time. Oh, well, she had this right, but then she had this wrong. And then she had this, she had this right. And, but she has all this wrong. It's all her
Dr.
just
Hughes,
trying to save
Dr.
face.
Curry also testified.
Why are we
that a
wasting
victim
this
of
time?
PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
No.
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't
That's
function in
not
any
what
shape,
she
way, shape, or
said.
form. Thank you.
That's not what she said.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception
That is
about
not what she
individuals who
said,
are
though.
struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Hurd had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for the sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right, next question.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists. Using all that data, that is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
Okay. And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in no, I just lost it. And in violence, correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
Yeah, if you want to ask the question again.
Yeah, I probably should do that. You were qualified. I got to find my note.
Oh no, she lost her
You were
place.
qualified as an expert
Come
in
on.
forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Sure.
Oh my gosh. Now I wonder what's going to go on now. Yes, Jam Tomb on Twitch. Yes, definitely. Team Depp has a stronger, much stronger team of lawyers than Amber Heard. And that could very well be a matter of money. Really, it could be a matter of money. I mean, still, those lawyers on Team Heard are not cheap, but Johnny Depp has much more money. for sure than Amber Heard. That's the reason why he's only suing her for 50 million, and that's why she's suing him for 100 million, because he's probably like, I only want what was owed to me, what I would have gotten for these certain movies and all that, all the movies that I lost and all that. She's like, F it, I just want all the money because I'm broke. So it's fascinating. Let's see, are they going to cross? I'm assuming that they're going to cross. And also that too, Sarah Henderson. Let's not forget that. Because she ain't messing with no broke.
Good morning,
broke.
Dr. Hughes.
You feel me?
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
That's a fact, KO.
Any objection to
I don't know
1311?
what it is, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to
May we
lay,
approach?
you want to approach?
Tom,
I wonder what's going on now. Something about that, whatever she's doing ain't working, or whatever he's trying to do ain't working, I guess. Yeah. I mean, man. Yeah, I see your point. If they can properly phrase or rephrase questions that just aren't good for trial, especially this sort of trial. Yeah, especially, a lot of times they're shooting from the hip with these questions, but that's why those objections are very crucial, because they'll throw off that lawyer and make them lose their train of thought, like what happened with Elaine just a second ago.
I don't see this in my document either.
They're getting the right one up.
yeah, we got it. Let's use 1312.
1312, okay. And that,
Oh,
any objection to that?
I see,
demonstrative?
Jamarcus.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you
Wow.
recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
Wow.
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish
Here we go. We're getting technical now.
the PTSD checklist for DSM-5,
That's correct.
that what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right? The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g., the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody.
yes. The manual says you
Still
the
need to use
PCL5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
let me finish my question. The PCL5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, man. Get her, bro.
Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a demonstrative?
Let's not forget to read the directions, right? Man. Get her, bro. Somebody come get her. Somebody get her, man.
Thank you. Any objection of 1309 as a demonstrative?
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, I'm here for this. I am here for this. Come on, annihilate her even more. She should not have come today. Like when they called her up, she should have said no, no, not because he pulled out the manual.
9 and published the jury as demonstrative.
Oh my God, this is so humiliating for her. Let's
Doctor,
go.
do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Good morning, Nur. Good
Yes,
morning.
but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Hurd to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Good morning,
This is
Berenice.
the conflict tactic scale.
Thank you.
too.
And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not
I
limit
think
herself
it's
to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right.
All right,
We'll strike the
Chihuahua.
last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Hurd, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these. You talked about the
Get that water.
You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
What number is this? 13, plaintiffs 1310.
Thank you.
Any objection to 1310 as a
No, Your Honor.
demonstrative?
Hey,
Okay.
Lady T speaks.
You publish to the jury.
Thanks so much for coming on. Checking out the show.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Hurd, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so
Wait,
you,
what?
you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay.
How is that somewhat
Can we
collab?
blow up the second
Does that
full
make sense,
paragraph?
fam? Huh? She just assessed and wrote it out
Says,
herself.
using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
orient her to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that you were supposed to look over the past year. And that's not the language?
No, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the previous
Nope,
year,
asking you about the instructions.
Answer the
but I'm
question.
telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in
And-
forensic
and-
practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year. And-
Yeah, on this, yes, that it says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp
I
was
would
gone
love that, Jim,
way more than
too.
a year before this test.
I would
That is
love
correct.
that.
Right.
Yes, please.
Let's look at more
Definitely.
instructions.
Please.
Can we look at 1247?
I need those
which is
bad.
already in evidence?
I would really appreciate the help. She's crashing and burning, y'all.
Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right, this is what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go to the first page? Let's blow up the instructions. Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? One more. Oh, wait.
Why would
That's
you
good.
come back?
This is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And you'll remember that
Awesome,
in
Jim,
every
too.
single instance that
I'll
you were
contact
asked
them.
to fill in the blank
For sure.
about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I asked
Where
you
it's
whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's keep going. All right, we'll stay at this page for a second. This is the very first box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
All right, but you chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said what happened.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not a,
Because this
if
is
it's
not
not
a standardized test?
No, but if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If
You-
you have that data elsewhere.
You couldn't have
Okay.
written like
Let's
refer
go
to
another page or so.
page such and such, or refer to other reports, so on and so forth. She didn't even write anything in the freaking box.
Let's go another one.
She phoned this in. Come on. She said it's redundant. It's your job to be redundant.
4B4.
That's why you get paid the big bucks to
And
do
I
all the
asked you,
tedious
you
crap.
filled in the blank.
Get out of here.
About frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
Yeah.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly.
Yeah, because you got like 17 seconds left on your clock. Lazy.
Static risk factor.
Your job is to be redundant and boring.
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year or 5 years ago.
And when you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Yeah. I got a super chat here. Where did it go? Come on. You guys are commenting beautifully. Dominic, yes. Tell Elaine this is why you interview Laughing My Ass Off with dinner, of course, and some muffins. Let's not forget the muffins too, Dominique. Raging Butterfly, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you so much.
What is the difference between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
Objection, compound.
Sustained.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
Overruled. Good.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes.
Okay,
You can sit in
bye,
the courtroom
Dr.
or you're free to
Hughes.
go. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. Let's take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
All right. Now, I honestly am still trying to figure out why did they bring this woman back on?
All right, why don't we
Because
just come back at 11:05 then? All right.
to me, this was just a constant reminder of how much she actually sucks. But that's just my personal opinion. Okay? That's just my personal opinion. I don't think, excuse me. And I'll ask you guys, I'm going to ask you guys right now. Do you think that was helpful? Do you think bringing Dr. Hughes back was a helpful thing? Do you think that it helped their argument? Do you think that was a proper use of time or a huge waste of time? And I'm just saying for Team Heard. Just for Team Heard's side. Was it helpful? They wasted several crucial minutes with Dr. Hughes, who was terrible. They could have brought in another forensic psychologist, mind you. They could have. I mean, obviously, they wouldn't have been able to have enough time to evaluate Amber Heard and do all these things, right? And get to know her and see if things are if she's, if she really has PTSD or BPD or HPD or any of those things. But why waste your time bringing her back where they could have brought in anybody else during this time? Anybody else. To solidify Amber Heard's argument, solidify Amber Heard's case. Yet, nope. They brought her back in because they brought in Dr. Curry, who, by the way, did a good job. But then, there was a little bit of a hiccup there. She made a small mistake, but it was a small mistake out of the many mistakes that Dr. Hughes has done. She didn't cross the T's and dot the lowercase J's. It's your damn job to do that. That's why you get paid thousands and thousands of dollars to go to these trials and be an expert witness on behalf of other victims or whatever, to talk about them and to help them. That's why you get paid the big bucks, to make sure that everything is filled out to a T. But she didn't do that. In fact, I'm even going to say this. I'm even going to say this. And thank you, Hank. Absolutely. I'm even going to say this. That blank spot, that big blank box that she had, and she was like, well, there was already so many other reports that already did. So, they just had to refer to those other reports and those other studies. Well, if those other reports and other studies exist and they were in that packet, she could have easily have refer to blah. She could have even written that, but she didn't even write that. She phoned that ish in, y'all. She scooped an easy ground ball of a bag, but now she's suffering the repercussions of her laziness right there on the stand for the second time, y'all. She came in, and I'm thinking that she's going to come in and she's going to go, listen, this is what's going on. This is what happened, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be a different person. I'm going to be more professional, more diplomatic. I'm going to be properly vetted, ready to say what I need to say. And if they ask about empty forms and stuff, I'm going to give them a thorough, concise, hopefully logical explanation to that. But she still gave nothing. Still gave nothing. So they wasted 20 minutes or so of their time, more than just 20 minutes of their time, with bringing her back on. I think they just wanted to ruin her career. I think that's what I think Team Heard just wanted to ruin Dr. Hughes's career. Real bloody talk. But hey, if that's how they want to run the clock, and waste all that precious time, then that's on them. Lateef, absolutely. You said it earlier. A strip mall psychiatrist, literally, or psychologist. I think she's a psychologist. All right. But yes, a strip mall psychologist. You know? Damn, she might as well be like a Miss Cleo, but for psychology. Come get your free reading. I won't fill out the entire form, but come on over here and get your free reading. Oh my good God. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. Then they brought in the other guy, homeboy, with the metadata expert that they plucked out of the clear blue sky. That dude came out of nowhere. And he's like, well, the metadata, and this is what happens. And that's why you have to make sure that the metadata happens this way, because that's how it's supposed to be. It's like, wait a second. Okay, look at these two photos. You see these photos back to back, side to side. You tell me those are two different photos? And he's like, visually, they're different. Get out of here. Visually, they different. So you're resting your laurels on semantics when you know for a fact it's the same damn photo tampered with. Man, you better go sit down and have a muffin. Just saying. You better shut the hell up. Have yourself a dry-ass brand muffin, hopefully 3-day-old. Okay? Just saying. See, even thinking about a dry brand muffin, now I'm thirsty. Anyway. Son of a bee. But hey, it's about to get really wild, I have a feeling, in a second here. Because you got to remember, Johnny Depp's team still has several hours left. So, okay, let me just say this really quick. Allegedly, I changed the title, okay? Because allegedly, the DUI guy said that they're planning on putting Amber Heard on the stand. So I have a feeling, I have an inkling, deep down in my loins, okay, that Amber Heard is going to be up next because they don't have enough time. But she definitely wants to get the last word in. Ish. She wants to get the last word ish in. So she's going to go up on the stand. She's going to say what she needs to say for whatever time that they have left, which is probably going to be like 20 minutes. Then there's going to be the cross. And the cross is going to be a disaster for Amber Heard. That is if they decide to use her, if they really do decide to have her testify. This is all speculation. This is all hearsay. Objection, hearsay. It's all hearsay, all right? Allegedly, she's going to be taking the stand. Is this a good move for Amber Heard's team or not? I'm going to tell you, for Amber Heard's mind, and now that we understand a little bit more, like I feel like I know this woman to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I know Johnny Depp to a certain extent. So looking at this, looking at Johnny Depp, looking at Amber Heard, Johnny Depp doesn't seem like the type who always wants to have the last word in an argument. I feel like he just quietly saunters off. You know what I mean? I just feel like he just walks away kind of like Captain Jack Sparrow, just saunters away, right? Or staggers away. Amber Heard is in your face, and she has to have the last word. So this is exactly what's happening right now. If she takes the stand, this is her attempt in trying to get the last word. But for her ego and all that, her attempting to try to get the last word could backfire, because you got to know Camille, as Elaine likes to say, Vesquez, as soon as she does the cross, Camille going to be on her like white on rice, and it's going to be disturbing for Amber Heard's team. So let me just say this again. Is that a good idea or no? I'm going to say this. Don't let her go back on the stand if you want to keep your argument strong, because as soon as she goes up there and she does her whole emoting and all that. I'm a survivor, and I got through it. And he doesn't want to look at me, but she does that again. You don't think Camille's not gonna be on nipping at her heels? You don't think it's gonna be a TKO again? Just saying. Just saying. So this will be interesting, y'all. But I've said it a million times. I need to turn it into a t-shirt. I am here for it. Okay. Come on down to Amber's overused flappy fish market. Oh my God. Oh, man. Anyway. So this is what we have so far. Come on down. Oh my God. Anyway, those text messages got me so bad. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. But remember, just because you want to have the last word does not mean it's going to work out in your favor. And I think with Heard, especially with Heard, I don't think it's going to work out in her favor. She will crash and burn. Then also at the same time, I keep wondering, or at least I thought that this last hour that they had, they were going to come in with the heat like they tried yesterday. They tried when Johnny Depp was on the stand. They came through with text messages, all this new stuff, and he's going, "What are you talking about? I did not write that about Molly, and what's mine is mine, or I take what's mine and divide and I don't know what the hell." Right? But they came out of the clear blue sky with that stuff. So I was expecting a little bit more. Okay? I was expecting a little bit more bombshells during this time. Not bringing back Dr. Hughes. They like I said, I think it was a very, very bad move. Very stupid and sloppy and lazy move, in my personal opinion. Is it gold digging flappy fish market? I need to look up what he said. See if I can find this. Gold digging, low level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. That is a man that's very angry. Okay. Just saying. Just saying. That needs to be a t-shirt. I got some ideas already. I just got to get it happening. But yeah, that's very poetic. Well, he does speak in a very poetic way. I've noticed that. He definitely speaks in a very, very poetic way. I'm sorry. Just the things that he says. And so I get that, it's a man that's hurt. You know what I mean? I can see a man that's just really pissed off. But does that mean that he's an abusive man? Does it mean that he put his hands on this woman? He was very upset. He's very angry. He's by himself. He's dealing with all this BS. A finger has just been surgically attached back onto his body. He's pissed. Just saying. Yep, a beaten down man, Ellen. Absolutely. And you're telling me that is a sign of a violent man? Just because he uses words? Like, come on, There it is. Pumpkin Escobar. Thank you. Gold digging, low level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. Johnny Dolomite. Allegedly. But literally, if you ever need to do a speech, use that sentence and try to say that as fast as 3 times faster. You know what I mean? That's a good speech warm up right there. All right. Dang, I didn't know Johnny Depp was the new Shakespeare. But yes. Let me look at this. Jam Tomb on Twitch. As a victim of abuses, she is claiming, I wanted to believe her. I really had a hard time being objective, but when I made myself be objective, her story doesn't add up. And that offends the ish out of me because it hurts those of us that are telling the truth and actually trying for real justice. It sucks that she is stealing other victims' stories and using them to feed that bias that exists in many of us. Exactly. See, this is a very good comment right here, because here it is. Thank you so much, Jammed Tomb on Twitch. This is a very good comment, because this is exactly what I've been trying to basically say over and over and over again. I'm going to leave this up for a second because I need you guys to see this, because I know that all of us feel this way, or a good majority of us feel this way in this chat, in this fam right now, because we're all pissed off because this is a person that is exploiting the Me Too movement, other victims and survivors of DV, SV, and SA. She is taking full advantage of that for her own, mostly financial gain, if you really think about it. It's all financial gain. And that's sad, because instantly, I am not a survivor, nor am I a victim, but I know a lot of people that are. And when she put this story out, I instantly, the op-ed and how it made made headlines and all that, I remember seeing the People magazine cover. I remember seeing that as well. But when you see that and you hear about those things, instantly, as you said, as Jammed Tomb said in the bottom, that the bias that exists in all of us, we instantly side with the person that is claiming said thing, said offense. We instantly side with them. So like me, just like me, like Jam Tomb, and I think a lot of us in this chat, a lot of us in the family, we're sitting here. Instantly, we heard about that and we're like, oh my God, that can't be. How dare Johnny Depp do that? And all the crazy outlandish stories that came out, right? There was only a few people that actually said, I don't know if I entirely believe that. I call cap on this. She's lying through her teeth. Let's look these things up. And those guys are like that umbrella guy, incredibly average, and the sort. There's plenty of other people that were challenging these claims. So me as well, when the trial started, I was very skeptical. And I was wondering, okay, what is this? Who's the bad guy in the situation? And I even told you guys I was going to wait to see Amber Heard take the stand, and I would make my assessment then. Because I already heard Johnny Depp. I heard his trial, and he talks really slow, but he got through. We got through it. We heard his side of things, and I felt for him. Real talk, I did. But then you get Amber Heard on the stand, and it just blows everything away. All the bias, all the siding with her, and having your, being there like, oh, my heart goes to her, and oh, I feel for her, and all that stuff. All that disappears right when she took the stand. So I, like Jammed Tomb, very much was siding with her in the very beginning. I'll be honest. I really, really was. But then everything went to trash. Everything went to trash as soon as you see the proof and you see the videos, and then you see her on the stand and she's saying a completely different story. Then on top of that, you got other people that are going up there. Dr. Hughes really did it for me. Day one, Dr. Hughes really did it for me. I was like, oh, if it's going to be like this is going to be an interesting ride. So yeah, it's terrible. It's really, really terrible. It's terrible that we have somebody out here like this, using this and trying to take advantage of something that should not be taken advantage of. Dog Mom, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Wow. Thank you again. Wow. Thank you. Damn. Thank you. Much love from the whole chat room. You're appreciated. Big Pimpin', aka Pascal. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dog Mom. That is very dope. I appreciate all the love and support. Still the highest super chat of the day. And we just getting started. It's not even noon yet. So thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Ed, what's up, man? Pascal, you are awesome. Thank you so much, by the way, for the $20 super chat. I'll never forget Meister Magnificent Menza, Megadata Man. Yes. I was oh God, I was falling all over the place. I'm like, Mina Mama, my Meister Mina Mana. What's his name? What's it? But thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Yes, we have an incredible incredible chat. We got an incredible family that tune in, and they're all part of this. They're starting to get things going.
Yes, sure.
Okay. We're about to get started all over again. And I'm wondering, is it going to be, I hate that buzz. Is it going to be Amber Heard? I have a feeling that it's got to be Amber Heard. They ain't got nothing else. I mean, they got the metadata guy still there. I don't know why he's still there. They got Whitney still. So maybe they'll bring Whitney back up. I don't know. But if it is true, Amber Heard will be taking the stand. I want to see something real quick. I want to see about the DUI guy. He said, today might be a very short day because the defense only has about 34 minutes left. Yeah, they wasted it on Dr. Hughes. Okay. Unbelievable. Let's see, guys. It's only been an hour and a half and I already have 10 pages of notes. Everything is moving very fast today. Very different atmosphere clouds the jurors today. They appear restless, impatient, ready to get out of there. I don't blame them. I do not blame them. I do not blame them. Yeah, so far, that's all we got so far. So it might be a very short day, which I'm okay with that too. And I feel what he's saying about the jury basically getting very antsy. I'm antsy too. It's kind of like just wrap it up, get to the point. So if they bring Amber Heard back on, this will be a very entertaining time. Kelly B, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Yep, my nose still has a broken blood vessel, where the impact of a punch hit the side of my nose. No makeup covers the veins. Hair pick should have had root follicles attached attached. Her hair pick blunt edges cut with scissors. Yes. Yeah, you're right. There would have been remnants of something on the ends of the hair if it was ripped from the root. If it was, violently ripped from the root. Like I said, there's just a lot in there that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But Kelly B, thank you. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. But that's true. It'd be very hard to cover up those kinds of things. And you would see it on her face. Clean face. Those photos were messed with. Those photos were definitely messed with. And yes, Whitney is in the house. Maybe they are bringing her back up. I don't know why they would want to bring her back up, but she might be coming back in. Again, thank you, Kelly B. I appreciate the support. And thank you so much for telling us that. Thank you. Jury's walking in as we speak.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right, Ms. Heard, if you come to the stand, please.
Okay, she's going. Oh my God. This is the last resort. Oh no, she needs her water. Run. Get your baby bottle. Go get your crutch. This trial is brought to you by Crystal Light.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, ma'am. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Let's
Thank
go.
you. Thank you. All right, your question.
Oh, here we go.
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered
That's
publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated,
Dear Lord.
threatened
You made this
every
bet.
single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection as to that.
Trying to get
If
the
you
last
wanna
word
ask the
in,
question.
guys. Trying to get the last word in.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
not hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
about how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. Those statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your
couldn't
Honor,
do
lack
it.
of foundation.
torture me every day.
Speculation.
You gotta
I'll
stop.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Stop talking.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your
Such a-
ability to do charitable work?
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Overruled. Good.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and
That was
trauma
not true
until I
either.
realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
where they are.
non-responsive.
All
And I can't
started with that
cheer-
op-ed.
Sustain the objection.
Get out of here.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp-Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my.
Objection, relevance. Non-responsive.
What's the damages? You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this.
Man, I'm done.
I just
I'm
want
done.
Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after
Objection,
2020.
non-responsive.
Come on, Camille.
All right,
Stay
I'll
on
sustain
it.
the objection. Next question.
You got 20 minutes, baby. Let's go. Team Heard.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Not your career. It's over.
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American
Wow, she
to
brought in
talk about what
patriotism.
happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
And $100 million.
Thank you, Amber.
Let's not forget
I
that.
don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Amber. I have nothing else. Come on, Camille. Come on, baby. Come on, Camille. Let's go, okay?
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very
Yes,
briefly?
yes.
Oh, God. Oh, God. See, a part of me, because I'm a nice human being and I'm a caring human being, a part of me is like, habitually I want to be like, oh, lo siento, I feel your pain, girl, get your voice back. But then I constantly have to remember all of the lies, all of the BS, all of the trash that's come out of her mouth. These moments, I'm staring at my screen, getting as close as I can to the screen to see if there's any tears coming out of that girl's face. There's not one tear coming out of that girl's face right now. Not a one. Okay. So why they bring her back on? It's a constant reminder for the jury that she's a liar, that she's putting on an act, that none of this is real. I've already said this during our break, but I'm just repeating it again because I can. This is not a good move for them because, God, I hope Camille does just like I said last time, what she did, she was like a boa constrictor. She just tighter and tighter and tighter until Amber was basically gasping for air. So hopefully Camille will do the same dizam thing. Yeah, this is, she said, I wasn't snickering. She said, I wasn't laughing. I didn't, do inside jokes and whatnot. And you're telling me yesterday when Johnny was on the stand, you were doing all of those things. You were laughing, you were snickering, you were making jokes with your team. What are you talking about? She's full on lying. It's one after the other. Lie, 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 lie. And that's why it's so frustrating. So frustrating when people like this think that they can get away with this crap. She is fighting for her life because she is fighting for that $100 million. That's the only thing. $100 million bag. Lady Justice, $5. Wait, how she know people are mocking her trial testimony? I thought they aren't supposed to be looking up stuff on trial. How she know this? Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying here too. She knows about things. She's trying to act like she doesn't know anything, but for a fact she's looking things up as soon as she gets done. Why do you think all these other big channels are starting to get threatened to get doxxed and stuff like that? Because there are people out here that are still threatening because they're in cahoots with Amber or people representatives of Amber. She's finding out all this stuff. It's insane. Beth Biles, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Notice how she is concerned about herself, saying myself. JD's concerns were about his family, friends, and then himself last when dealing. Absolutely. That's a very good call right there too. I got another super chat here. Let me get it before they come back to the podium. Let's see. Rohit, thank you so much. One thing I saw about Amber is that she has been a serial dater. She needs a partner or a love buddy at all times. I think there is childhood trauma. Now, the thing is yes, there has been childhood drama in her life without a shadow of a doubt. But at the same time, though, she is a serial monogamist, it seems like, sort of. She's a monogamist, but then she goes off the beaten path and, goes off and starts smashing other scallywags on the side. So I don't know. I think she likes to have a support system at home, but, she wants to have her cake and eat it too. But she's always dating somebody with money or somebody who has clout. There's always something up her sleeve. And I think that this is something that happened with Johnny Depp. She was plotting the entire time. Remember all the photos of him passed out, all these photos of bruises and all that stuff. Yet she never made any reports about these things earlier on in the relationship. Yet she grabbed him, dragged him in, got him to say I do. And then after that, everything else went to ish because her plan was to take his money. Her plan was to get his fame and get his money and leave him naked and broke with his dick swaying in the cold ass wind. Literally. So that's exactly what we're seeing right here. That's why she's putting on all the acts right now. That's why she's crying and, well, not really crying, but, fake crying, throwing out nothing but lie after lie after lie, because this has nothing to do with dignity and for America. She even said America, y'all. She said, this is for America, for my country. This is for America. This ain't for America, baby. This is about that $100 million bag that she could possibly get. And that little culprit right there, too. Whitney right here, all about it, too. She got a baby. She got a husband. I'm sure they make money, but maybe not enough money. Let's be real. She going to cut her a check for a couple mil. Watch. They're in on this ish, too. Let's keep it straight, bloody, funky. Shoot. Sorry, I'm done. Oh, just saying. All of this is a plan. All of this is a plan. Maybe she didn't realize it was going to go this way, but it did. And I think what happened is she got what she wanted. She got the $7 million. She's like, I'm in the money, right? But then everybody and their mama, because she's a certain Aquaman starlet, shout out to Tug. They sat there. She goes, damn, now everybody thinks I'm some gold digging 304, okay? So she says, F it. I'm going to make a huge gesture and say, I'm just going to give the money. I don't need his money, right? Next thing you know, people are going, so where the money be at? Where the money at? She writes this op-ed. She sits there and says all this stuff. Johnny starts losing his career. He starts losing his money. So then he sues. So then she goes, F this, because it's screwing me over now too. Because of the op-ed that you wrote. Has nothing to do with Waldman or Johnny Depp's statements. It's because of what you started. The root of this problem is the op-ed that you wrote. Period, point blank. Full stop. But she realized, damn, I just said I was going to give it to a children's hospital, the children, and to the ACLU. Damn, how am I going to secure this bag? Well, he answered her prayers. How, you may ask? By suing her for $50 million. And she said, well, bet I can make more money. Thank you, Jesus. I'm countersuing for twice the amount that he's suing me for, $100 million. But again, everything happened. Everything happened because of that damn op-ed. All of this happened because of that damn op-ed. If she went ahead and said, hey, you know what, honey, we won't do this, that, and the third. When he came up to her and said, hey, we can do this on the quiet. We don't have to make this a public thing. It doesn't have to be dirty. We could do this in a copacetic, kosher fashion. He gave her an option. He gave her an out. And she still said no. Why? She didn't give a damn about anything. She gave a damn about that $100 million bag. Come on. Michelle Woods, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Amber probably pledged money to Whitney as well. Yep. That's why she's still by her side. Absolutely. Because she thinks, hey, well, it worked overseas. It worked across the pond. In the UK, we won. Or actually, the Sun won, not Amber Heard. But the Sun won. So you see photos of them skipping out of the courtroom, the courthouse, smiles on they faces, right? So they think again, well, this time we can actually secure an entire gigantic bag of money. So of course she's going to do everything in her power to make sure she gets that $100 million bag. Let me tell you something else too. Think about this. She is a terrible actress. She's not good. She's not even good in Never Back Down, and that movie's not great either. Okay? She's in a bunch of other movies. If you see her acting, it's terrible. How did she get up there? How did she get on the silver screen? She ain't that fine. It's not like she's Gal Gadot. She ain't breathtakingly gorgeous. So it makes you wonder, what actually made her get through the cracks to get her to be Miss Amber Heard, that certain Aquaman starlet? How? Did she sleep her way through? I think she slept her way through. That's just my personal opinion. So you don't think that she's going to be willing to do whatever it takes to get what she wants? Because that's clearly what she did. That's how she was able to get in the movies. Think about it. She's willing to do whatever it takes. Snort a little bit, F a little bit over here, F a little bit over there, maybe get thrown into some, weird stuff, be cool with, throwing herself around, being used like a rag doll. I'm just saying, those stories are real. You can't tell me that this girl who came out of nowhere with no talent, no acting ability, actually, to be honest, became a movie star just because of her talent. Does that make sense? Yeah. Allison, thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars. This chick trying to put a feel bad for me show. One of the only things that I think is true about the threats, honestly, no one, yeah, I think that is true. The threats, I'm sure, are true. No one deserves threats, but she does deserve her just desserts. Thank you so much for the $10, 10 Canadian dollars. Oh, shoot. I got a bunch of super chats. Hold on. Immortal Badass, what's up, man? If she wins, can JD pledge to pay her the $100 million? I hope he can. You know there's going to be an appeal and all that stuff. It's going to be an appeal on both sides. It doesn't matter. Either side wins, or if it turns into a mistrial of some sort, which I hope it doesn't turn into that, either side is going to appeal. You know for a fact that's going to happen. Mariana, thank you so much for the €5. Thank you again. She created with all her lies, all the hatred that today she says she feels on her skin. And all this just for money. Thanks, Pascal. I love your channel. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. She went through all this for a bag. She's sitting there going, oh, I got all these death threats and blah, blah, blah. Baby in the microwave? I'm sorry, I forgot to say that. Baby in the microwave. She said a baby in the microwave. She talked about America, okay? And she talked about her doing this for other women, other victims in the world. No, she didn't. She lied. She's straight lying, okay? She's straight lying. I'm not with it. Thank you, Hank, for the $2. This was her biggest role and no money from it. You know what? I hope that's true. I mean, tomorrow, after they do their closing statements, their closing arguments, the jury has to go into a room and they have to deliberate. Now, we could have an absolute definitive answer tomorrow, or they might have to deliberate over the weekend. And it's a long weekend at that. So they won't be back in until Tuesday. So that's a whole weekend of them deliberating. I'm thinking that they're going to get the answer tomorrow with the quickness so that they can have their weekend. Literally, it's a long, long weekend, Memorial Day weekend. So I'm sure they're going, hey, I want to go out. I want to do a cookout. I want to enjoy my time with my family. I ain't trying to be thinking about this Johnny Depp BS. So hopefully that's the case. Queen Nini, Peace and Palace. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. team, cry us a real damn river. Damn it. Be real. She wished it was on herself, messed up her own career. How does she know she's not supposed to be watching the media? Absolutely. Thank you so much for the 5. Let's see what else happens here. Come on, Camille. Come on with the heat, Camille.
You just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't
Johnny
know.
Depp show.
And he certainly doesn't know what happened
Wow.
behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're
Wow.
calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes, other
Johnny's
than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right, Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard,
that.
the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a
Pledge
light
or
fixture was
donate?
broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture, as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing a
Objection. Your
TRO,
Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez
she's
is
saying-
misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
Well, I'll strike the last part as non-responsive.
Thank
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
She had everything
And
to
you
do with it.
testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was
video-
my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Hurd. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes, I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Hurd?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not come to
portions.
me.
Technically,
Heard
probably
from
not.
me.
Ms.
But
Hurd, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
facts.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
If I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
She shot
So
it
you
with her
testified
phone.
earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I
Remember
don't.
that? Right. You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
There's definitely a way that she could have
This is
given.
you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor,
I
I'd
don't
like
see
to
it.
move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also, I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was
You
taken.
were
so I
not
have
wearing
no idea if I
makeup.
can
Let's
speak to
refresh your
what
recollection.
bruise you can see
Let's
or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness?
Bam. Oh
This
my
is an
Lord.
article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Hurd?
Oh, she
That's what it
shouldn't
says,
have
yes.
gone up.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at. Yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
It was a day after, y'all. She said she was wearing
This is
makeup.
also a picture of you and Miss Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence, you can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
It's not makeup.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please.
It's not
Thanks.
makeup.
That's Josh
There's Josh.
Drew's picture, right?
Wow.
Yes,
I forgot he's
And
in the
Miss
shot.
Pennington
that is correct.
in there too? Ms.
That is correct.
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes. Mhm.
Mr. Hurd, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context.
What?
Can we
Get out of here.
I could have day 16 trial testimony.
The mods are here. They're kicking ass. The mods are here. Thank you, guys. And Debbie and Nur, thank you so much for annihilating
All right.
the bots. I do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say this. Milk was a bad idea. That's all I'm gonna say. Milk was a bad idea. Woo! Come on, Camille. You tell me that.
Please turn
Never
first
mind.
to page 4585.
You tell me you don't know the photo. You've seen this a million times. Now you don't know it in the vacuum of the context and the blah, blah, blah. Shut up. You know what photo this is, so don't act dumb now. It's ridiculous. Not wearing makeup. Come
Specifically
on.
starting
Or
on line
wearing
16,
makeup, I'm sorry.
where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458, oh, four, I'm on 4485, sorry. You said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16.
Don't forget to hit that like button, to hit that subscribe button, y'all. I'd appreciate it.
Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like, had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet.
Got it.
Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Hurd,
floor.
you didn't just look
Oh
at a
my
picture.
gosh.
You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up Defendant's 512 and please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank you.
in redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
remove-
cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how
All
it's in
right.
evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that.
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything.
Yikes.
Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day.
There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna fix this a little bit. The chat. I'm gonna slow down the chat a little bit, guys. I appreciate all the comments and all that, but there's just too many bots coming in and acting a dang fool. So I just slowed down the chat a little
Let's
bit.
turn to
okay?
page
Just so you guys
4750
know.
in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
I missed a super chat, I think. So I'm gonna try to find that really quick. Couple super chats, it looks like.
Specifically line 16.
Maybe
Do you
not.
see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
Thank you, Zoe.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804. At line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that Defendant's Exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in Penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And Defendant's Exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
So which is it?
Mm.
Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Ooh,
Thank you, Tom.
that's not how that works.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may we
week.
approach?
Yes.
Oh boy. Well, as you can see how snarky she's getting. She's starting to get an attitude because she's getting caught. She's floundering and she's drowning. That's how I see it. That's just how I see it. But, you know, obviously there are other people that might beg to differ on this. Yeah, so hopefully that's slow enough. I mean, I slowed it down a little bit. So I just want to make sure you guys are good. I know some of these bots were flying in, trying to do all kinds of crazy ish. I didn't want to change it to subscriber only because not everybody is a subscriber and all that. But I appreciate the mods for coming in and just holding it down. You know, y'all are incredible. But this is amazing. And like I said, Milk was a bad choice. Milk was a bad choice. She is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the
Get her ass
gallery, I would
beat.
ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Heard,
Dang.
at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do
Good
that
point.
knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. Sorry. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Ms.
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people.
Okay.
Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course, I thought of that.
We're in
I did not
subscriber only
expect
mode.
her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him.
Blame-o.
That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. Is I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Excuse me. I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me.
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry-
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
Thank you, Kareen.
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or
Welcome
really,
to the
frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found.
Mm.
I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did.
You heard it
I
right.
know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
Bye. Man, milk was a bad choice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Interesting how she
Ms. Vasquez
changes
has
so quickly.
suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
Damn right, LJ.
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
Because there's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years.
What evidence?
And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years, this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to document.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically,
Yes,
verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
yes.
Mm,
How did the threats
mm.
that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago
She did.
resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was
Welcome,
inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block camp.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as to non-response.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that
Facts,
Mr.
Queen.
Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's,
Overruled.
thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorneys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
If I can have the attorneys approach.
Real quick, Ellie, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. I know I just showed your face or your membership, but I didn't get to say it out loud. And of course, Nat A, thank you so much for being a member for 10 months. She needs to get off the stand. She's going to get herself locked up. And that's absolutely 110% true, Nat A. This was getting very messy there for a second there. And Camille was not letting up. She was angry as hell. You could see Camille was getting red in the face. She was ready to just go off on this woman. Well, she was really going off on her, but this was a very, very bad look for Amber Heard. I know I keep saying it, but I'm going to say it again. Milk was a bad choice. Milk was a bad choice. Bringing her on the stand was a bad idea because whatever, sure, she can go up there and say what she needs to say, but Camille was just annihilating her on all of that stuff. Real talk. She was lying left and right, and then she was trying to stall so that she can have more time to come up with more lies, y'all. That's literally all it was. So real quick, I just wanted to let you guys know, for those of you guys who are watching and maybe are trying to comment, I put it on subscriber mode. So if you want to comment, please hit that subscribe button, give it a few seconds, and then you should be able to start commenting to your heart's content, but it is in subscriber mode for right now. Trying out something new. Never done that before. Okay. And please, guys, those who are watching that aren't commenting but are enjoying the watch party with me and all that, please hit that like button as well down below. Send it past 1,000 likes. I'd love to see it hit 1K really quick, because I see over 1,700 souls watching on all platforms right now. So it'd be greatly
Your
appreciated.
Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right.
There we
thank you,
go.
ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard
Wow.
all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter.
Wow.
What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go, tomorrow I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday,
Yes.
that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go. Okay? So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
And they will. Yes. Good day. Good day, mate. Yeah, Paul K. That was pretty amazingly bad. But I think there's some more to this trial, or they got some things they still got to do, apparently,
We'll go ahead and take a
or not.
modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
All right.
Thank you, Omar 97. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, they got some other stuff that they're going to do. I might just keep it stay on until that, just to see what's going on. But for me, I don't know if it's if it's going to be anything worthwhile to watch. All the action that we really care about has already happened, has already gone down. Yo, that was nuck and futz, yo. But that was everything. That was everything. As much as I say it was a bad idea bringing Amber Heard on the stand, it was great. Just for our own viewing enjoyment. You know what I'm saying? Bad idea for Team Heard. Bad idea for Team Heard. But absolutely wonderful for everyone who's watching in the courtroom, everyone, the jurors, everybody, the whole world that's been sitting here watching it. As you can clearly see, we're watching it together as a family, and we got people in Dubai, Barbados, Miami, New York, everywhere, Antigua, for crying out loud, watching this trial. So for entertainment's sake, it was wonderful to circle back and get a refresher on how bad of a liar Miss Amber Heard actually is, and how much she committed perjury. She lied and lied and lied and lied and lied and lied again on that stand. Unfreaking believable. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open up. I haven't done this in a while, but what I'm going to do, because I'm going to let this, I'm going to keep things moving for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Paul K, again, thank you so much for the $10 Australian dollars. 10 Australian dollars. I do appreciate that. Guys, definitely please hit that like button down below. Send it past 1K for me. I'd really, really appreciate it. And you guys might want to stick around for this part. So don't leave just yet. I ain't leaving yet. I know trial is over for the day, but they still got a gang of stuff that they're going to do. I'm probably not going to stream that stuff. But I think what we're going to do here first, though, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the video chat lines. I think I'm going to open up the video chat lines just for a little bit, because I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts on all this. Real talk. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Okay? And yes, I am the defense and plaintiffs have rested. So it's done. What's done is done. I am going to be keeping time. This is a very short lunch break, so they will be reconvening about 40 minutes from now. But I wanted to hear your thoughts. I want to hear from the fam. So the video chat link is pinned to the top of the chat. Love to hear your thoughts on all this, and honestly, I would love to hear some your thoughts from some new voices, because I know we got a lot of new faces, and I know we got a lot of people that always come on, and I do appreciate their voices. But for right now, I'd love to hear some new faces, hear some new voices, just to hear their thoughts about everything. Amber Heard, personally, what do you guys think? What are your thoughts on that? How do you think she did? You might think she did better than I'm saying right now. Y'all might think she did terribly, right? Or some of y'all might think she did wonderfully. I don't know. I would love to hear your thoughts on it, though. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. Hollywood 2000, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Why did they think it was a good idea? That's why I'm saying, like, why did they think that was a good idea to bring her back on? Unless they were just kind of like, F it. We don't care no more. You know what I mean? F it. We've already heard stories about them having screaming matches, behind closed doors, just going in on each other, Amber Heard and the lawyers and all that, just basically saying, hey, you fire me, you're on your own, you can defend yourself, stuff like that. It has been absolutely nuck and futz. So anyway, let me bring in Paul K. Paul K is in the house. What's up, man?
G'day, mate. How you doing? How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's great to hear your voice, man. Thank you so much for hopping on, and
thanks, man. It's like 2:13 in the bloody morning here, so that's why I'm not showing my video, because I'm in the dark.
No, it's all good. I appreciate you just staying up so late to watch this trial with me.
That performance was it was like she's reading a playbook from a DV book.
Right.
Exactly what you would say if you Google DV and what to say. It looks like she's, I mean, it's not real. It just didn't seem real to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. What she, I've said it so many times, but the way she's fabricated things, the way she has created and made these things up is it's just absolutely mind-blowing, shocking, and comical in some moments.
Yeah. I just feel sorry for the people who actually go through DV. These women, who my heart just breaks for them, who are in kitchens and who see their husbands who can't leave the house, who can't take their children because they're going to be followed. I mean, there's been instances here in Australia of women being murdered because of DV, and it just makes my heart sink that these women are watching this woman. I just don't get it. Sorry, I don't get her. Sorry, I just don't.
It's okay, and it's okay. I think that you are part of the mass majority, that are sitting here going like, I still just don't get it. I don't know why this is even, how this is even happening, and how she's still how she still took the stand, and she's still a part of this conversation is wild to me, man. Absolutely wild.
I'm a trained registered nurse as well.
Oh, right.
And I can't see the damage that she was saying that she had glass put up her places, and not have any injuries. Are you kidding me? I often was in accident emergency at the Royal Melbourne, and often saw people come in with glass in those appropriate areas, and there was big damage, man.
Yeah.
There was big damage. You can't tell me she didn't receive any damage. She just washed herself, and then that was it. Boom, boom. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But then she was able to go and do choreography and dance.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Go on to the James Corden show. The day after or so afterwards. Even so, a day, 2-3 days. Shoot, that'd be a lot. You can't walk. There's no way someone could walk.
Absolutely not, mate. Absolutely, there's no way that anyone could do that. I just don't. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I'm still, like I said, I'm still trying to wrap my mind.
I feel sorry for her now. Psychologically, I think she's a bit unbalanced. I feel sorry for her.
Clearly, she's unbalanced, but you pay the best you pay top dollar for a psychologist to go on and say, oh yeah, she's totally fine, clean bill of health. Yet she has reports from her RN, her personal registered nurse, saying that she took certain types of medications, psychiatric medications.
I will stop at nothing.
Oh,
let's see if Musk has a pair.
Is that me or you?
No, that was me. I'm sorry. That was from the stream, from the court stream. So sorry about that. But no. But what I was saying is, you got this RN that's literally sitting here saying all this stuff, writing everything out so that she remembers what Amber Heard needs, and in there it says one of the main things is that she's bipolar. She takes medication for bipolar disorder. So now you have Dr. Hughes coming in and saying, oh no, she's totally fine. She doesn't have bipolar disorder. She's totally fine. It just, to me, doesn't make any bloody sense.
No, look, me either. Look, this is a great show, and you're a great bloke, mate.
Oh,
you are a genuine person, and I really enjoy watching you. And I shall let someone else have a go because I've been on it for too long, dude. So
okay, you're amazing. Thank you for finding this channel.
Thank you, sir.
And love to you from down under. All right.
Yeah. And my prayers go out to all those parents of those poor children.
Yeah.
Who were shot. And my heart bleeds for America, what you guys are going through. So it's a terrible day. But thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Paul K. You stay blessed out there, all right?
See you, mate. Uru. Bye.
Bye. Whoops, wrong person. Let me bring her up first. Natalie.
Hello,
Natalie. Hey, where you calling in from?
New York.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on this, girl? Speak on it.
Speak on OMG. Where do I start? Let's see. I love Camille. Love her.
Yes.
Like, she is putting her on the spot to the T.
Wait,
like,
say
why
that.
You my favorite song. Amber, why you always lying?
Yeah.
Stop freaking lying.
Absolutely.
She's lying between her teeth. Why you gotta say um like, stop saying so like so many times, like you're not sounding believable. And then you're looking at the jury. The jury out of all people could see right through you.
Yes.
Just like the judge could see right through you.
See, now the thing is though, Natalie, I'm hoping, because I'm a former New Yorker, so we can cut through the BS real quick. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a little worried about these jurors. What their thoughts are, if they're believing her, if they're not believing the hype. There's this, you never know what's going on in the mind of all of the jurors. All of them, by the way, all of them have to agree for one side. It has to be a unanimous decision. So it's very interesting. You got a group of people in there, and there could be one person going, well, I don't know. You know what I mean? So this will be very interesting to see what goes down. What are you going to say, Natalie?
What gets to me is that she's switching up her story every single time.
Bam.
Like, you have video. Why you gotta record Johnny, slamming cabinets? Why you gotta take pictures of him sleeping? Why are you doing this behind his back without his knowledge?
That's exactly
Privacy. If he doesn't want to, if he's not a violent person, because you got both of his ex-wives they used to be married to, and then he has multiple girlfriends that he used to date, and probably was just a rumor that are defending him. Everybody's on his side, so it's like you're trying to put a intelligent man for 5 centuries and done a lot of Pirates of the Caribbean, because I love those movies. Dark Shadows. There's a few other ones that I can't name on the top of my head right now, but there's a lot of movies that he's done that nobody said nothing negative about him.
No one, except for maybe for drug abuse or him showing up drunk or high.
Different, which is something different, because of the fact that look how he was raised. His mom was violent and everything. So what would he do? He would remove himself from that situation. If he doesn't want to be involved, then let him go.
Yeah.
If he's trying to get away from you because of everything that you're trying to either predict or you're trying to provoke or anything like that, leave the man alone. He doesn't want to be next to you.
Yeah.
That's what
yeah.
is that if he walk away, just let him go.
That's exactly the problem. A lot of the times it seems like, that's exactly the point. Like, I feel like that's the problem. A lot of times he's just trying to do exactly that, which is kick rocks, walk away, get away from the situation. But unfortunately, she's somebody who likes to have the last word, as you can see right here. She's desperately trying to, in a way, stay in control of the relationship and in the situation with Johnny Depp. And, she likes being on her high horse. Clearly, I got a couple super chats, so let me get in a couple of these really quick before they all fade away. Leela, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I'm sure she's a difficult client and witness. She truly vile. There's a tape recorder on IG where you hear her to impose herself to have ish or s. I don't know what that means. And JD tells her, stop forcing it. Too bad. Yes, there are getting the gist of what Leela said here. And thank you again for the $10 super chat. There's a lot of recordings that have her saying all kinds of stuff and just poking the sleeping bear or trying to gaslight the dude. I mean, it's really, really bad. The amount of stuff that she was trying to do in these audio recordings. What were you gonna say, Natalie?
What gets to me is her dogs. You take a number 2 on your husband's side of the bed, right? How you gonna bang that on two small doors that take smaller number twos, and you're trying to spread all over the? How is that? Like, that is nasty.
That nasty. That be nasty. And I don't know how somebody would sit there and say, let's lie to a person's face and say, no, the dogs did it. At first, though, she said it's a prank. She said at first it was a prank. And then she said, oh, no, the dogs did it. These little tiny, designer dogs, these little toy, whatever, teacup Yorkies that literally shoot, poop out things that are the size of this, basically. How can they do something like that? You know what I mean? But Natalie, thank you so much. I'm going to have to jump on to the next person, but I appreciate you coming on and chopping it up with me, man.
Have a lot of fun of this. And by the way, look at Johnny Depp's funny moments in court, and you're going to see everything where it's hilarious to the point that you can see all of Amber's lies, all of Johnny's reactions, his lawyer's reactions, and Camille's expression. Like, I love Camille. Like, she's the best. She needs to keep going and floating on Amber, because Amber is the biggest liar that there is. What's my name of the song? Amber, why you always lying? Stop freaking lying. That's my song. I'm gonna call it.
Natalie, thank you so much for being on. Talk to you soon. Bye. We got Tanya Lee in the house. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, where are you calling in from?
I'm from Canada.
Hi. Oh, Canada. Thank you so much for being on. Real quick, I got a super chat. I just wanted to get here real quick. John Height, what's up, man? Jeff Height, sorry. Jeff Height, what's up, my brother? When talking about the power Johnny has, she said, that's why I wrote the op-ed. Exactly. Let's not forget that. Sounds like admission. Her defaming op-ed is about Johnny. She literally said it. She said it 3 separate times.
She thinks she's smarter than everybody else.
She thinks she's slick. She thinks she's hella slick. And what's funny to me is she said it 3 separate times. Basically, that Johnny Depp, or that this op-ed is about Johnny Depp, or about Johnny Depp and a couple, and a couple other people. But she makes it sound like she's a victim of these terrible crimes that were inflicted upon her after her relationship with Johnny.
Yes, but she also never mentioned her father abusing her. If this was a childhood trauma, why was she not mentioning, oh, my dad beat me, and anything? There was nothing in her trial about this. So anyways, her parents didn't do her any favors of raising her.
No, but also I'd like to point out, where's Papa at? Where's Papa at? Where is he? Why is he not here to check things, to be here and speak on her behalf? Because he probably knows that this woman is lying.
It's lying.
It's crazy. Real quick, though, Holly Squires. Hi, Holly. Tell me what the poll you want to be asked in the thing, because I'm busy kind of doing this group chat thing, but let me know what you guys want the poll to be, and I will write it in the in it and put it up here while we do these things. But anyway, Tanya, what are your thoughts on everything here, real quick?
I just think that she's a spoiled brat that basically all her life got away with her behavior. She got away with it when she was 16. She had DUI charges that magically disappeared. And she didn't learn from that. She didn't learn from it. Even when she went to jail, she didn't learn from that. And all of her volunteer work was court appointed volunteering. So that's what I think. She's a spoiled brat. That's basically.
In that industry, the reason why she was doing or learning sign language and doing all this community service was because it was a court ordered. Because she was a very, very bad girl. Growing up. She was a bad seed, basically. And suddenly this bad seed becomes a movie star. That's why I said in my rant that I had during one of their, when they approached the bench, approached the judge, I was like, this is a woman that's willing to do whatever it takes to get
Yes.
what she wants, to get to her goal. And that even means exploiting her own body, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, doing salacious and horrendous, if not heinous things to other people, also lying through her teeth, all those things. It's very mind-blowing. I got a super chat here. Ryan Grella, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Huge thank you, Pascal, for all that you do. Super happy I found your show. I'm a fan for life. Thank you, Ryan. From one New Yorker to another. P.S. What about Spiegel and Elaine talking about lying on the stand? Yes, we did kind of talk about that earlier. Yeah. Some wild stuff. There's some wild accusations being seen on that. And I'm wondering why Team Depp has not caught wind about that. Why they didn't get an anonymous email or a tip from people saying, yo, he said this. Like there's wild audio of him actually saying to Elaine, hey, I will lie. I'm willing to lie about anything you want. Is there anything you don't want me to lie about? And she's like, no. She's like, go on up there and lie all you want. Ridiculous. But we don't have any proof if that is that was doctored in some way, if somebody wanted to be funny, or if that's actually him saying that. That's the only issue that we have here. You know, the authenticity of that of that audio. Real quick, Leela again forced JD to have an intimate relationship. She said over and over, love me. Absolutely. Absolutely. Her desperation and the narcissism within this woman's body is absolutely in freaking sane. I got one more super chat really quick before these super chats keep coming in, which I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. And Jeff Height, thank you so much again for the $5 super chat. Did anyone else notice the venom in Amber's eyes as she left the stand and had to closely walk past Johnny's lawyers as they approached? I didn't see that. I did not. Yes. But it's funny. She didn't cower in fear. The last time she went up there, she jumped back, almost had a heart attack because, you know.
But see, yesterday, her colors, you know, you can only hold in your crazy for so long.
Yes.
You can only hold in your crazy for so long, and it was coming out yesterday. If you saw her facial expressions, anytime anybody was talking about her beating up Johnny, she cracked that little smirk on her face, and she couldn't hold it in, and she was laughing, and I was like, wow, she's getting brave. I'm like, oh, usually she's like, oh, so timid and I'm, the sad performance, but she couldn't hold it in yesterday.
Yeah, she couldn't
hold it in yesterday, and Camila mentioned it. You were smiling when they said that you hit Johnny. You had a smirk on your face. Everybody saw it.
She was laughing.
She
was laughing. She was snickering. But it's funny. She said, I don't snicker. I'm not making any side jokes or anything of that sort. I'm not doing anything like that. And lo and behold, she was bloody doing that. So like, what you on? You know what I mean? What are you talking about? You know, it's clearly she's off her meds or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, I got to put this poll up here.
Okay.
I just put one together really quick. Okay. Okay. I put up a poll. It's up. It's going to be posted at the top of the chat. And I said, was Amber taking the stand a good idea for Team Heard? Yes or no? It's very simple. Hell yeah or hell no. Okay. That is up there right now as we speak. Random left turn, but this I just found out. Zoe Zeppelin just said off topic, but Ray Liotta, Goodfellas, Ray Liotta has passed away at 67 years old.
Oh, wow.
Sorry for the left turn, but I had to put that up. That's devastating. I'm upset. This is.
Yeah, he's a really good actor.
Great actor, great actor. And apparently he has passed. So that's just some information really quick. So thank you so much, Zoe, for letting us know that. UPSer, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. She says, can you please put the medical definition of narcissistic personality disorder for your viewers? That way it will explain why AH acts the way she does. Medication can't help narcissistic symptoms. You know, that's a very good question to ask for sure. Let me see what I can do. I will see what I can do here. Okay. UPSer, thank you so much. But Tanya,
Yeah.
right? It's Tanya,
Yes,
right?
Tanya.
Oh, Tanya, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Tanya from Canada, thank you so much for being here. And
No problem.
I really do appreciate it. I'm going to have to jump on and get some other people on here really
All right.
quick.
Take care.
But I'll be doing another group discussion here, you know, especially with tomorrow and everything, depending on how long the trial is tomorrow. I'll be doing it again. So please hop back on and we'll chop even more. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's see. We got Ashley in the house. Hello, Ashley.
Hello.
Hello. From Australia.
No, I'm from the UK.
Oh. I just heard the you know, hello. So I just thought maybe it was Australian. My bad. My bad indeed. How you doing?
I'm good. Oh, someone's phoning me.
Ooh, you're popular now. So what are your thoughts on Amber Heard taking the stand last time? Yes.
She needs to stop. I don't know if there's a hashtag for that, but Amber, stop. Come on.
Amber,
Please,
stop.
Just stop.
Okay. Amber, stop indeed. Yes, Amber, stop indeed.
Stop.
You know, there's something about I really, oh my God.
They shouldn't have put her on. They shouldn't have put her on again.
It shouldn't have happened. I'll be honest. It shouldn't have happened. I think it was a very, very bad move because she just crashed and burned. And also she lost her patience. She started getting snarky. She started getting snippy. She started getting defiant. She started getting bratty instead of just answering the questions. But then also it was a nice reminder for the jury about the crocodile tears or lack thereof and how she's emoting all this BS, making it seem like, oh, he did so many bad things to me. But then the jury, I'm hoping the jury isn't filled with idiots. Really, I really do hope.
Yeah, that's my fear. I want Johnny to win because I think it's clear that Amber is making things up, but he might not win. And
yes, that is true.
You know, she'll get money. But I think what will happen is she's going to do it again. She's going to do it again, whether he wins or loses, and she's going to show herself.
I think that what the truth of it all, what we're going to see more of too, is that she's going to, what I think is really going to happen is he's going to win. I really think he's going to win. I mean,
you never know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a part of me that, you know, I'm hopeful. I am really, really hopeful that he will win, but it'll be a tough deliberation, I think, because there's going to be at least one or two people that are going to be Team Heard.
Yeah.
I think there's a 80 to 90% chance of Depp winning this situation. There's going to be one person that believes Heard. There's somebody in the group that most definitely believes Heard. Yeah. Seriously, and it will only be because of their natural bias towards women or people who say that they are victims. They'll sit there and instantly gravitate towards that. That's exactly what happened with me when I heard about it first, about Amber Heard coming out saying that, you know, Me Too, and that he had done these terrible things to her. Instantly, I was like, that's terrible. How dare this man do this to this woman?
Yeah.
But my things changed when she took the stand, when there was more proof. When I did my research and looked at all these videos and YouTube channels and all these blog sites and all that stuff. The audio for me is what got me. It was the audio. Then I said, you know what, guys? I even said it live on the show one day. I said, okay, guys, I will watch her testimony live for the week, however long she's going to be on the stand. I said, I'll sit there and watch it, because I was like, I'm still skeptical. I'm still thinking that Johnny did some really bad things, right? Then we watched the testimony, and her testimony is exactly what we saw just a second ago. And I'm going, okay, an idiot, only an idiot would still believe this woman right now. I'm sorry for saying it like that. I don't mean
stop. Just stop. It's everything. Not even. It's the wordplay, the donate, the pledge, the same outfits as Johnny.
Yes, the lies are insane. The lies is what got me. And then also, this is the reason why I was doing lives, checking out the audio and listening to the audio with the fan, with everybody as a live chat. And I'm going, look at this. We're seeing all this stuff that's going down, and you're telling me that this is the same Amber Heard that's on the stand? No, it's not. So if you know the proof and you know the audios, you see the videos, you see the photos that are doctored and fake, you can't believe this woman. There's no way. But there is some people out there that still believe her, because they truly believe that what she's doing is fighting for all the victims out there in the world. And I'm telling you right now, she is not. She is exploiting, and she's making a mockery of all the victims and survivors and the people that are living through it right now. That's what I see. And that's why I'm so adamant about watching this thing even more now, because there needs to be acknowledgement that, and also there needs to be a realization that there are going to be people out there that are going to lie and use certain hashtags and all that stuff for their own financial or their own personal gain. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. Real quick, Ashley, let me show you guys this. This is by request from UPSer, but here's a little quick breakdown of narcissistic personality disorder. One of the several types of personality disorders. It's one of the several types of personality disorders. It is a medical condition in which people have an inflated sense of their own importance, a deep need for excessive attention and adoration, troubled relationships, and a lack of empathy for others. That is narcissistic personality disorder. And you tell me, does she fit the bill?
Unfortunately.
Yes, indeed she does. Indeed.
Yeah.
So they brought her on. Somebody else said it in the super chat, which was very true. They said, she's sitting here talking about herself the entire time. It's I need this. I want to prove that. I. Johnny Depp is like, I'm just trying to do this for my family.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to do this for the people that I love. What she did to me was terrible. But most importantly, I'm trying to save save my family's name, basically.
Yeah.
Very more about us rather than I. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad all the way around. Nobody's a winner in the outcome of this. To be honest.
No one is. I mean, no matter what, Johnny Depp is still going to have a hard time booking gigs. And I feel like he's going to just be doing a lot of passion projects for a very, very long time, until either this turns into an old story or Hollywood decides, hey, bring him back in. He did no wrong. That woman was off her rocker and she's no longer around, type of thing, to drag him down or get him deeper into the rabbit hole of addiction as well. But Ashley, thank you so much for coming in and calling in all the way from the
Yes,
UK.
thank you. I want to say congratulations on your marriage.
Oh, thank you so much.
I found you through Socialite Sandy. That's how I found you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I've been watching your family for a while.
Wow.
And you're doing great things.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Let's see here. We got dog mom Sarah. What's up, dog mom? How you doing?
Hey, how are you? I love your show.
Oh, thank you so much.
I love you. You're awesome.
I love you too.
I love your family. It's just beautiful. You know, it's the way it should be. Everybody gets along. We all say our piece. I appreciate you. We all appreciate you. You should be on your extended honeymoon, getting it in. But you're here with us, and I appreciate you. And I think you're awesome, and I'm going to continually watch. I know sometimes I can be a little whoop whoop in the chat room, but let me tell you, this case has got me because when I was going through law school, I lived in my mom's basement. I married a guy that had money, and he showed his ass right after we got married, similar to what Amber Heard's doing. And I left a beautiful home. I left the money. I left the Mercedes. I left a nice truck. I left everything. My stepkids, because he was abusive. He would take pills, sniff them. He was doing stupid shit. So for her to make a mockery of real victims really pisses me off. You know, I took my pride. My sisters are all established. I took my pride. I went to school. I lived in my mom's basement, like I said, and I went to law school. I picked myself up from my boots.
Wow.
I'm going through chemotherapy now. And I'm doing okay. And this is like a release to be able to join your family, join your chat, and tell the truth of what's really going on here. And I'm happy you're opening up everyone's eyes. You could, you're taking that chance to be in trouble with whatever the YouTube land or whatever, but you're taking that chance and you are showing us what this broad is really like. And she is a POS. Yeah. If I was a lawyer in there, I would be the same as Camille, because she needs to be held accountable for what she has done to Johnny Depp. She needs to be held accountable. She's lying on stand, her sister lying on stand. I mean, that's some serious shit. If that was you or me, we'd get jail time if that was a regular layperson lying our ass on the stand.
Facts.
I mean, so, the accountability, it just gets me. She has no accountability. She's beyond borderline. She's almost like and I'm no doctor, but she's almost like a sociopath.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she really is. And then she tells everybody, I wasn't laughing. We saw you giggling and being sarcastic with your attorney. Are you going to tell me what my eyes didn't see? Come on. Grow up, girl. She tried it. I hope everybody in that jury sees what she is.
Thank you. I'm hoping, like I said,
yes,
the jury is right there,
right
from her face. You're seeing it in live Technicolor. The video quality isn't doing it justice, and I keep wondering, are there actual tears going down her face? I don't even see it in somewhat HD, but you're seeing it right there.
Yeah. That Kate Moss sunk her, Pascal. That Kate Moss sunk her ship. And in the pictures, it was a plan. Like everybody else in the chat says, it was a plan. She had a plan for him. She studied him. She sunk her claws in there, and she studied him, and she took him for what she could. And now that 7 million isn't good enough. She wants to go for the big change. No, that's not how life goes, sweetheart. That's not how life goes. And she did it to herself. I don't feel no sympathy for her.
It all started because of an op-ed.
That's right. And she admitted it on the stand. See, that's another thing. They shouldn't have put her on the stand again, because she keeps admitting it's the op-ed. So there you go. Yeah. She's guilty.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's insane that she was, that she's come out with all this stuff. Then she says all the footage is true. All the photos and all that are real, so on and so forth. But then you have guys who are coming in here showing the metadata, showing different. Then the other guys.
Speak on it, Pascal. I hear church bells. Speak on it.
Then you got another guy who's coming in, the other metadata guy, who has the audacity to basically say, no, they're not, visually, they're not the same photo. What? It's the same damn photo. Quit lying or sitting on semantics and just show us the truth. They're the same photo shot on the same time, same day, same second. You can't tell me that's not doctored footage.
Right.
It's just frustrating to me.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Pascal.
It's Pascal.
Pascal, I'm sorry. Pascal. Pascal, okay. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, sweetheart. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Yes.
Talk to you soon. Let's see. We got Ellie in the house. Hello, Ellie.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very, very good. Where are you calling in from?
Ireland.
Ireland. Wow. We got Ireland in the house. Okay, that's what's up. Real quick, I want to say this too. Allison, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you. Yay. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you. Welcome to the family. Every little bit helps. So thank you. Thank you. So, Ellie, thoughts?
Okay, I have so many thoughts on this.
Come on
First
with it.
of all, if you ask me, her evidence, I wouldn't even consider it evidence. Those pictures of her face where you're supposed to see injuries, the one with the saturation turned up, it's like a little bit of blush on her cheek. There's one where you're supposed to see the bruise in here. I don't see anything. And then pictures of wine stains on the floor. I mean, where's the this crazy abuse where she's saying her blood was all over the floor and she was walking across glass? It was like conveniently cleaned up before the pictures were taken. Like,
Absolutely.
Whereas Johnny Depp, his finger, he has a picture of his finger chopped off.
All the way off. All the way off. That's the other thing too. Let's talk about Australia for a second. She got dragged in broken glass. She stepped on broken glass. She had a bottle violated in her
broken bottle,
in
apparently.
her special place, right? And yet she's still able to walk, talk, and be a normal member of society. The very next day,
Yeah.
on the Late Late Show with James Corden. So where does that, like, the math ain't mathin' for me, you know? So
like you can't just make all these wild, crazy claims and then that's what you use to back it up.
Yeah.
It doesn't add up.
It doesn't add up at all. It just doesn't. And
then
yeah.
sorry,
And
I have so many
continue, but real quick, no photos of of those things right off the bat. Take a few photos. You got a phone. You know, girls love taking selfies of themselves every 5 seconds. You're telling me you're not willing to take a photo of a guy who makes millions of dollars. He's one of the biggest superstars in the world. You're not willing to pull out a phone and take a photo of what he had done to you, proof positive. It doesn't work for me, but continue, Ellie. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, I'm talking, but
Go ahead.
I'm talking so much. I mean,
no, you're fine.
Like when he's up on the stand, she's staring at him. Like it's intense the way she stares at him. Whereas when she's up on the stand, he's looking down, like he can't look up at her. That's just such a huge sign of who was the abused and who was the abuser. Like that's such a huge. And then the way she when they read out that text that was supposed to be from Johnny. And she started going, oh, I'm so sad. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I'm so sad. And then, like, a few minutes later, she's laughing. Her emotions are just like,
yeah.
And that's a huge sign of BPD.
Yeah.
She's trying to do something, but she has absolutely done no research on how to do this. And she's not getting away with it.
Yeah. As Paul said, one of our first callers said earlier, it's almost like she is just reading out of a manual for DV. Literally, she's going, okay, let me do these bullets. Or as Dr. Curry said the first time she was on the stand, she said she literally was trying to act like she had PTSD. She was following the bullets of what PTSD is, but she wasn't really, she was playing a part. She was acting, you know what I mean? Instead of actually being somebody who is a victim that suffers from PTSD. Which is fascinating.
And, you know, people are saying as well, Johnny Depp is talking really slowly. And to be honest, if you're up there and you're trying to think of these really traumatic parts of your life, you're going to be talking slowly because you're thinking about it. You're trying to process it in your head and you're trying to get the words out. And you can see he's looking down and he's trying to choose the words. He's trying to he has to relive what he went through.
Exactly, Ellie.
Yeah. So,
he's actually reliving it.
Yeah.
Verbatim. And then, of course, you know, you could tell he's the struggles that he's going through and all that. And it's triggering him immensely. Whereas she's just shooting from the hip and she's like, I got to give this person, I got to make this person the people here, the jury, feel my pain. So let me just emote and describe random things and
the emotions.
time and throw out these crocodile tears or lack thereof. But yes, Ellie, I do appreciate you coming in and calling in all the way from Ireland. I really do appreciate it, sweetheart. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. We'll be doing this again soon. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see here. We have Krishna. Hello, Krishna.
Hi, Pascal. Am I
What's
really
up?
here?
Yes, you are really here. What's up, man? Where you calling in from?
My God, I can't believe. And I'm doing good. And actually from India.
Wow, from India. Woo! Yes, I love it.
Yes.
Welcome. How you doing? Okay, so what's on your mind, man? Like, what are your thoughts on
Well,
the whole Amber Heard?
Okay, in short, just let's talk about what happened, like just before the trial, is on break. Look at the switch in the character. Yesterday she was smirking and smiling and all those things, and today, man, how can she think that we are fool? Like, are we that fool? Just to believe her just like that? Absolutely ridiculous.
Isn't it crazy? But that's why I mean,
Absolutely.
how can we all sit here and think that this will fly?
Man,
that every single person in that jury is going to believe the performances that she has put on that stand. It's clear to me that there are two different people, or two different. One is telling the truth, and one is just straight up making up whatever they can make up to bring the dramatics in.
Exactly, and also looking at the body language. When you have gone through all these, you can't even look at people in their eyes and look at her when she's actually testifying, or even when she's not in that. She's like sitting and then just watching people. Like, even come on, and look at Johnny, man. Everybody, I'm sure. I don't know what happened in London and how that actually, she won that. And also, like, the previous, person was, telling that she might win. But if she wins, this will really set up a very bad example. And just to set the example right, even for the Me Too, or even for all the DV, the women, they should really, really not let this slide, and she should be really, brought to justice.
I think, that's what I hope that there is an effect, like you just said, Krishna. I hope that people that are a part of the Me Too movement, that are advocates for the Me Too movement, etc., see this verdict and hopefully use this in a positive way, and not only for them to teach other men and women that are victims to obviously step forward, but also the ones that are lying, to expose those liars out here. Because here's the thing, just because somebody out here is saying that this person or a person has done a heinous crime to them like that, does not mean that they're automatically telling the truth. And that's the sad part about this, is that we have somebody who is leaning on something and thinking that by doing this, she's going to automatically have a crowd that are going to have her back. And I don't know, if you don't have the footage, if you don't have the proof, and then you go on a stand and you lie through your teeth, backtrack and lie again, it is hard to believe you with that kind of stuff when you have all those things laid out in front of you in the court of law. So it's nuts, Krishna.
Absolutely. Pascal, by the way, big fan, and I can vouch. One thing, if it wasn't for you, man, all the BS and everything that we've been getting bored, and we couldn't have. I personally couldn't have gone through. I couldn't have without you, man. You make it so fun.
Thanks
a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Krishna. Just trying to have a good time with everybody and try to keep it somewhat light, but also trying to keep it real as well. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I appreciate you riding with me, man. I really appreciate that, brother.
Thanks
for
a lot.
calling.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Pascal. Thank you. We'll join again. And
Please
great
do.
show. Great show.
Thank you. Peace,
Thank
my
you.
brother.
Thank you. Peace out.
Peace. Wow, that's sweet. That's sweet. From India, y'all. Wow. That's some cool stuff. Man, technology is amazing. Let me get my boy Tyler Hackner in the house. What's up, Tyler?
Hey.
What's good, man? What's on your mind? Speak on it.
Oh yeah. That's okay. So just Amber just I don't know.
Let's see this. What are your thoughts on her performance this last time that she was on the stand? Are you with it or are you not with it?
Definitely not with it. I hate it. I respect the fact that Camille is going off and checking her, going off and checking her and just spitting facts. I respect that, but the fact that Amber's doing what she's doing in full view of the jury, and she thinks it's a whole game, and she thinks she's gonna get away with it, and I don't. Hopefully she doesn't. And the thing is, there was one moment in time, like the song, where I thought, oh hey, maybe she, I'm naturally an empathetic person. I'm the type of person who says hey, we should try to hear both sides out, not just for the sake of neutrality or everything being 50-50, but because I genuinely want to hear both sides. And I know Johnny is not perfect. He's not innocent or anything, but when you look at everything that she's done thus far and everything, and I feel like everything that she's about to continue to do, win or lose, it's not going to be good. Not a good look.
Yeah, I mean, if she wins, if Amber does win, which I think is going to be a very, very slim possibility. It's a very slim possibility. But if she does win, it's not like she's ever going to work in Hollywood ever again. This is not This is not going to change the trajectory of her career, where she's going to be an Aquaman 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 9, 10. It doesn't change not a damn thing. This is definitely destroying her career. But she'll have $100 million in the bag.
Right.
They do an appeal, which will most likely happen. And then, they'll be going through this BS like crazy. Trish Gaming Gramling, said, and I know that the lawyers are doing their stuff with right now. They're live right now, dealing with evidence, trying to talk about evidence and stuff like that. And personally, I'm not going to watch that. Personally, I think that's just going to be some boring stuff. It has nothing right now. They're talking about evidence, and they can handle that. We're here for the closing arguments, the closing statements, and for the verdict now. Okay.
Right.
I don't know about y'all, but I could use the break. Okay.
Yeah, same. I'm no offense, and but I'm sick of this trial.
Trust me. We got one more day, though. I know.
One more day.
You and I and a bunch of other people definitely tired and ready for verdicts. Even the jury.
At the same time, I'm stuck on it.
Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh my God, when is this over? But then it's like, oh man, she's going on the stand. Okay, this ought to be good.
I have to watch it.
But real quick, Trish Gramling said, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. She said, compare Amber's behavior on the stand to Gabby Petito's when the police were speaking to her. She was crying so hard she could barely speak. That was Gabby in the car, the infamous Moab, Utah body cam footage where she was just basically bawling her eyes out, sad, and of course, I'm sure scared of whatever transpired in the car between her and Brian Laundrie. But that's absolutely true. Amber's behavior on the stand, I would expect her to be snot bubbles. You know what I'm saying? I'd be expecting her leaking out of every hole on her face, but she
stuttering all over the place, right?
And
But she's
yeah,
perfectly
in an absolute mess, but she wasn't doing that at all. You know what I mean? But Tyler, I appreciate you coming on, man. I really do appreciate it. I'll be talking to you here soon, okay?
Yeah. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Tomorrow's going to be big. I'll talk to you then.
Yeah.
Peace. We got Lacey in the house. Hello, Lacey.
Hey,
Hey. Where you calling in from, Lacey?
Canada.
Canada. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the Amber's most recent performance?
It did her no good.
Milk was a bad
Absolutely no good. No good at all.
Yeah, it's really, really bad.
I'm just thankful they didn't have kids.
Oh my Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Can you imagine children? Can you imagine children in this
Yeah.
situation? Oh my
It
God.
would have been awful.
Oh
I don't
my
know. I just find it weird. I find it weird that she has all this voice audio and she obviously has no problem putting a camera in her house. Why not video record something?
Wait, say that again one more time. What did you say?
That she has all this video, all this voice recording,
Yes.
but no video recording. She obviously has no problem doing video recording. She has him slamming the cupboards.
Yeah, she had no
So
problem.
why not
doing
get
that.
some more? Why not get some more stuff for it? Because once you see it, whether or not he sued her, once it's out there, it's out there.
Lacey, you ain't wrong with that. You see what I'm saying? So that's the piece where I'm like, you know what? That doesn't make any sense. You're willing to do video of him slamming cabinets, which probably was the only time you had ever seen him lash out or get upset about something. So you pulled out the camera, pulled out the video feature on your phone and started filming. Clearly, that's what you were trying to do. Why? What about Australia? Why didn't you start videotaping then? Why weren't you capturing footage and you're only capturing audio? Because you could probably manipulate the situation and make it seem like something else. You see what I'm saying? It's bad. It's just all bad. And this woman is clearly had the long con set up. I don't think she thought that it was going to turn into $100 million defamation lawsuit, but she knew that she was going to hopefully grab a bag somehow. And she was going to use the whole idea of this man is abusive. I'm a victim of DV, and I'm going to lean on this whole situation of Me Too, hashtag Me Too movement. There are other people that have used back in the day, like, for example, not in the same realm, but they have used BLM. They have used like hashtag Black Lives Matter, or I'm a victim of X, Y, and Z, and then suddenly finding out that that is a full-on lie. That is very true. There are people out there that have used that, or they have used BLM to sit there and say, oh, use my GoFundMe account, only to find out that they're not even using that GoFundMe account money for legal fees. They're using it for their own financial gain. They're using it to buy nice clothes and nice cars. Those are real stories out here. So it's not only just in this one realm of Me Too. There's a lot of very bad people that have tried to take advantage and exploit other hashtags as well. And that's proof. There's proof of that. And then, we don't need to talk about Black Lives Matter itself, but that is a very true thing. I guess I lost her, but it is a very, very true thing. You know what I mean? But Allison, we got Allison in the house. Hello, Allison.
Hello, Pascal.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Where are you calling in from?
Canada.
Canada. Not a lot of Canadians today. That's a lovely thing. How you? What are your thoughts on this so far? What are your thoughts on the Amber Heard thing?
So I've been watching since the beginning, as you have. I can't say that I'm not surprised by some things, but what I will say is how much, like, I've been shocked by some things. Like, I feel like she truly believes her lies. At first, I thought, oh, she was lying. She knows what she's doing. And now I have a little bit of concern, especially today, with some things when Camille was asking her questions, and it seemed like she genuinely believed her lies as if, they weren't lies. And so
Mhm.
something might not be right there.
I mean, clearly she is battling something internally.
That's what I'm thinking.
But it doesn't. I mean, obviously, I'm going to say this, and I know that you're not saying this, but clearly, this doesn't excuse. It doesn't excuse her behavior.
Not at all.
But clearly, there's something going on in her brain that needs to be balanced.
Well, Dr. Curry, I feel like, made a lot of valid points. And obviously, some others were trying to discredit her. But I feel like she might have been right on the money about some of the things that, Amber is and that she's been going through. And, with the bipolar and the depression and anxiety and attachment issues and all that stuff.
Yes, there clearly is a lot. Okay, the
narcissism.
Yes, absolutely. Like what we just what UPSer asked me to pull up. Clearly, she has these signs of narcissistic personality disorder. The narcissistic elements that she displayed on the stand clearly show that maybe she really does believe everything that she says, even though she's committing perjury in the real world. In her own mind, she could literally be thinking and believing in her heart of hearts that what she's saying is 100% true.
Yes, and it's very hard to watch, I will say.
It is extremely hard to watch.
And the one thing I want to say is,
Go ahead.
so earlier when I gave the super chat about the threats and stuff, I guess what I was getting at is obviously no one deserves, especially death threats. And I'm sure that she has gotten a lot. I've seen a lot online. I'm not going to lie. I've seen memes. I've seen jokes. That's one thing. But I'm sure that she has gotten some things that I don't think anybody deserves. So I will say that maybe is the only thing that I don't agree with, is if people are saying negative things about her daughter or death threats or those kinds of things, because that's kind of serious.
Yes.
And so I know I see that people have a right to say stuff and voice their opinion, but yes, the only thing that I don't agree with is like death threats and stuff, because I don't think anybody deserves that.
No, and I agree with that. I mean, no one really deserves any of those things, but I will say this, that has nothing to do with Johnny defending himself.
Not at
Has
all.
nothing to do with Johnny being mentioned in an op-ed. Has nothing to do with him allegedly hurting her. These death threats, I do believe are real. That's probably the only part of her testimony that was actually truth.
Exactly.
Because yes, there are people out here saying some things, and that's not great.
I mean, that's the internet. A lot of people do it.
Of course.
Unfortunately, but
Everyone
it
says
does
all
happen.
kinds of
Yeah.
crazy stuff. Everyone says all kinds of crazy stuff. But you have to realize the only reason why they're in that room is because of the op-ed that she wrote. So in a way, she made the bed that she is lying in right now. So all those death threats and all those things that are coming out towards her, no, they're not great, and no one should be doing those things. She has every right to, let's be real, in the court of law, she has every right to stand up and speak her case and fight her side.
Yes. Yeah.
She shouldn't be getting death threats. That's not cool. But I will say, The only reason why we're here in the first place and why she's also getting death threats is because she's going onto the stand. First wrote an op-ed, then she goes on the stand and lies through her.
Just desserts.
You know what I'm saying? So in a way, it's like, no, it's not good. I'm not for it. No one deserves death threats ever, because that's terrifying.
But I do have a question.
Go ahead, please, Allison.
So I am surprised that some people have not testified. Not that they needed to, but I feel like they would have been a big it would have been a
Yes.
big eye-opening thing. So my question is,
Shoot.
out of people that have been speculated to testify, if you could pick one person out of those people that have not testified, who would you choose, or who do you think would be the most important to this trial?
On which side?
Like,
give me one.
I'll
Team
say
Depp,
I'll say
Team
one
Hurt.
one from each.
Okay. Very good question.
Like, who would be the most interesting?
Papa.
Yep.
Papa for Amber Heard. Papa for Team Heard. Absolutely.
Agreed.
One of the things is, okay, and there's a couple other people, like there's Elon Musk, there's James Franco. I mean, we can go down the list on and on and on for sure.
Yeah. Yep.
But one of the key people I think would be interested in seeing is Pops. Why? Because one, if he showed up and spoke on behalf of his daughter and was defending her too, I think it would make things I think it would make her argument a little bit more solid. Also, we can understand a little bit more of the dynamics between his relationship with his daughters, what their upbringing was like with their father. Also, his relationship with Johnny Depp, what that relationship was like. There's a lot there. Now, James Franco, Elon Musk, Billy Bob Thornton, even Kevin Costner would be dope as hell.
Yeah.
So I can't really stick with one.
Yeah.
Ooh, Elon Musk about the ACLU stuff, about the threesome, about the infidelities, him being a part of those things, about the baby, whether that baby is his or not.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? There's so much with Elon Musk that is just fascinating. Then, James Franco, the elevators thing, Adderall diaries, his relationship between him and Amber and Johnny. Did Johnny come up to him and start some stuff? Did any of those things actually go down? That's the things that I would love to see. Somebody who actually was in the airplane when he literally put a boot to her back and kicked her to the ground. There's all these things that I would love to see, like the actual truth on, that I have yet to see on that side.
Yes. The only thing I would say about family is like the protectiveness, because you saw with her sister, which I'm not going to lie, really shocked me. When she was coming out and saying these things and was really on Amber's side, considering they don't necessarily have the best history.
No.
Based off of some things that we've learned. So I feel like if her dad did come on, there is a strong chance that even if, a lot of the things that have come to light are accurate with her family life as well, he still might protect her in the sense of a parent.
Yeah. But it also is this is the reason why I said her daddy, because it's very telling. It's very, very telling. The fact that he has not shown up, the fact that he has not testified on her behalf.
But I do agree
And
with you. I do
I
agree.
will point this out too, Allison. Whitney was lying. Her story
That is
does
true.
not connect, does not corroborate anything that Allison, everything that Amber Heard was saying about the moment that they were on the stairs moment, the Kate Moss, oh my God, she's gonna shove her down the stairs.
Yep, yep.
She tells a completely different story.
But that's
So in
what
a
I'm
way-
saying
yeah.
is it doesn't make sense, but she is still protecting her anyways because I'm
True.
sure
Family over
she
everything.
doesn't want to see her hit hard. I've seen other cases before where, a mother will come and testify for a son that might have murdered someone. And she might say, "Oh, my son, he's a really good boy. He didn't mean it. That's not something like he would ever do. He was probably in a certain place." And it's just one of those things where it's like her sister, whether she believed that, excuse my language, shit or not, she, was still on her side anyways, which I think was the wrong side, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that it's family over everything.
Not necessarily, but I do get what you mean.
But I can see why she's willing to take the possible fall, if anything, and just try to go up there and try to speak the same thing about these things that are going down between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard for the sake of her sister. And yeah, maybe she doesn't want the blow to be as hard. So I do see that. But as far as the other men in her life, that kind of information would be nice as well, because there's speculations or stories about Elon Musk maybe getting into a tussle or getting beaten or abused by Amber Heard as well. I mean, there's so many different stories that have come out.
Right on the
Yeah,
money.
that it would be great to see other people come in.
Some people have
be a part of it.
speculated that she potentially offered ones like her sister money from the 100 million, which
Yep.
I would not be surprised.
No, not at all.
And a lot of
Not
people
surprised.
for Johnny came without getting paid.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of people on that side that I would love to see. Would love to have seen them come in and speak. Like for example, real quick, and then I gotta let you go. Of course,
Yeah, yeah.
Allison, I appreciate your time. But one of the things that I thought was really, really great as well, Holly Squires, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. One of the things that I thought was really, really interesting was TMZ. That was big too. Because that showed that there was a full-on fabrication. And that's one thing I was going to say really quick. But I didn't want to talk over all the testimony. But you got people who are sitting there saying, she's sitting there going, I did not give them that footage. But there's a way that she could have given it to him without actually giving it to him. She could have given it to a friend or a PR person, said, hey, send it to them anonymously. It's not from me.
Well,
As long as it's not from my phone or from my email, it is technically not
yes.
from me.
Do you
see what I'm
remember
saying?
when he said that if TMZ gets something
Mhm.
from the copyright source, so the person who owns that video, photo, whatever it is, gets it from them, or from a publicist or whatever, that they can post it within 15 minutes. And this man said, when Camille asked, how long did it take you to post that video that Amber took to the web? This man said, about 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Right there. That was it. He did not have to use her name. It was like, shablama, right in your face, get wrecked,
Yeah. Mrs. Maka just literally said what you just said with almost simultaneously. But yeah, they got it within 15 minutes. So as soon as she got it recorded, as soon as she kind of cut off the ends to not make it seem like she was chuckling or laughing or anything like that, the edited version went out to TMZ 15 minutes after it was recorded. That's insane.
So tell me Amber Heard sent them the video without telling me Amber Heard sent them the video.
Exactly. You know what I mean? But Allison, thank you so much
Yes.
for being on. I'm gonna hop over and see what this courtroom is doing really quick, because I know
I
some people are very
appreciate you having me on. This is great. I'm gonna keep watching.
Thank you.
And yeah, if you're not subscribed to him, please do it.
Thank you, Allison.
Love
Thank
the
you so much.
commentary. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right, guys. That ends our little speak on it segment for the day. I wanted to show you guys what's going on so far in the courtroom. They're working on some new some evidence, I guess. So let's take a look at this. I'm not going to be on this for very long, to be honest, because I think this is boring stuff, but I know some of y'all are very interested to see what's going on here. So let's take a look.
Of the counterclaim plaintiff in this case, I don't think there's any evidence of direct liability. If liability is entirely vicarious, then I don't think there's a basis for a punitive damages instruction at all against Mr. Depp, because vicarious liability generally doesn't result in punitive damages as to the principal. Punitive damages are only applied where the person against which punitive damages are being assessed actually engaged in conduct that it was wrongful, and that's not the way they've pled and sought to prove their case. I think that's the first.
So they're correct, okay? They're saying you're not entitled to a punitive damages instruction.
Well, I disagree with that, and there's no case law that they've cited in here on that, and I think that's going backwards. That's an argument that we are, and I just think that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp. I mean, I'd be okay with something that said that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made statements with knowledge. I'd be okay with that.
Is that okay?
I think we would maintain our objection on that. On the basis previously asserted, Your Honor. And then what's the other? I'm sorry, could I have counsel's language again one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly, I think it's so reckless. There's a typo there, sorry. We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, the principal liability, and we do have case law for that proposition.
I'll overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
Sure.
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one. Okay. All right. That's fine. I think that was it, correct, as far as?
I think it was, other than the verdict form.
Perfect. Let's go to the verdict form. Look at this. Do you have the other ones for you, Sammy? If you can print those out.
Yeah.
All right, let me get the verdict.
Sandy Ford, thank you so much. Keep up the honest
All
work.
right, I think with the
pays off
verdict
in the end.
form,
Honestly, the best thing
it was just
you can have. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate
the
it.
first page. Am I correct with that?
In the punitive damages.
And the punitive damage, you didn't have a response, right? Do we have?
I think there was a comment in what we got from them that we changed.
Yeah. So this is the boring stuff, y'all. So I'm gonna be honest.
All right. Well, in the
I'm gonna let them do their thing because I know it pertains to the trial and all that, but we don't have to sit through the boring jargon and the mumbo jumbo of this. But so I'm going to be wrapping up the show, but I do appreciate you guys coming in and chopping it up with me, riding with me. Today was a nice early morning, short half day kind of show, a kind of trial. I was very appreciative of them to, kind of nipping it in the bud and being done. I think that right now, Team Depp is doing, has done fairly well. And, obviously Team Heard has been struggling. Okay. Struggling. And we saw it at the very, very end. Very, 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 very end. So, I need to say a big thank you to everybody who's been on, chopping it up with me. Thank you so much for the call-ins. That was a lot of fun. I will be on in a couple hours again because I got some updates about the Uvalde shooting. We have got to talk about that without a shadow of a doubt. We have got to talk about that. And there's some very crazy, mind-blowing, eye-opening footage that's just recently come out. So I'm going to go and take a little bit of a lunch break and a little bit of a break, but I will be back in a few hours to chop it up with you guys about that and break those stories with you because we need to talk about what's going on with that shooting that happened inside the Robb Elementary School. So Anyway, guys, it is time to get going, but I appreciate all y'all for being a part of the conversation. Do not forget to hit that like button down below, and most definitely do not forget to crush that subscribe button. You know for a fact, tomorrow morning, if you're just interested in checking out the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, they will be doing their closing arguments tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time again. So we will be back at it again to listen to them, to hear what their thoughts are on all of this madness. And maybe, hopefully, we will have a verdict by end of work day tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be a very, very, very big day. So get ready, get some rest, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning if you are only coming in to watch the Amber Heard trial. If not, I got some stuff I got to show y'all. It's heartbreaking and it's crazy. And I'll be on in a few hours to talk about that mass shooting that just happened a couple days ago. So anyway, I appreciate all you guys. You guys are amazing. Okay. And yes, Mrs. Maka, that is 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, because I live in Central Standard Time, okay? But I appreciate all y'all for being on. Again, hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And I'll talk to you guys very, very soon, okay? Oh, yeah, you know, I need to talk about that as well. I'll talk about that in a few hours, okay? Much love to you guys. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.